Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You are live. You are live. Double tap, hit the like. You are live. Perk Summer Podcast. Mega Monday, everybody. It's Mega Monday. And we live. Oh, we got so much news to talk about today, too. I mean, the brevity and gravity of the show is going to be felt and echo for some time. Double tap hit the like button. I said the brevity and gravity of this show is going to be felt and echo for some time. You're watching the #1 podcast on YouTube, coming to you live from an ICE shooting in Maine. I don't know how much you heard about it. We're going to get into the details. This is a protest that's emerging in the aftermath. Double tap hit the like button as you come in. This is a protest. This is a protest that is emerging in the aftermath. We have a fatal ICE shooting under investigation in Maine, a rare and escalating immigration enforcement incident in New England has drawn national attention. The incident, federal and state authorities are investigating a fatal shooting involving ICE officers in Bedford, Maine. The details: authorities report that a 26-year-old driver from Columbia, double tap at the like button. A 26-year-old driver from Columbia was unalived and after allegedly attempting to strike ICE agents with the vehicle. The same tactic over and over again, ladies and gentlemen, and it's not by accident. I've presented to you data. I've presented to you pamphlets. I've shown you this is training. They have been taught to not listen to federal officers. ICE agent, I love ICE agent, ICE. I love the Department of Homeland Security, but I want to say federal officers. These are not only ICE agents, but federal officers with much more authority than your local police, right? You guys bow to the police. These are federal officers empowered by the Constitution. So again, we have live footage. We coming to you live from Maine. This is the protest that is developing after the incident. We have violence occur in Maine. Again, ICE had to unalive a 26-year-old. I'm coming to you with the details right now. Coming to you with the details up to 12 minutes ago. ICE involved shooting in Maine, unalives one person, 26-year-old, sparks demands for transparency from Columbia, and wouldn't you know it, he was picked up during the Biden era, but somehow let go. And then he tries to run over ICE agents, federal officers. Double tap hit the like button. In the background, what you see is protest. You know what the liberals do. You see what this is what they do. Shut down cities, shut down. This is the new communism that we're living in. We're living in the new communist left, where this is the first, instead of creating policy, we are trying to fix the problem and ignoring the fact that Kamala, the lack of a border czar, and Biden open the border. See, this is what I don't like about this conversation, because it's always had without the proper context. People think ICE agents are operating just because Trump is white and ICE agents are racist. No, Biden and Kamala failed you just a year ago. It was only Trump just got in office only a year and a half ago. They had an inability to stop the wars, to bring home the hostages in Gaza. They had an inability to shut down the border. We saw Kamala Harris crying, please don't come. So the reason why Trump won every damn swing state, and the reason why ICE is making arrests, is because you lost control of the border. And now this is what Democrats do. Acting like they don't know why ICE is doing what ICE is doing. Double tap, hit the like button. We coming to you live. We coming
away from the next street up, which is Pool.
We coming to you live. I'm coming to you with a live report coming out of Maine. Coming out of Maine with a live report where ICE had to be involved again because somebody who probably had a deportation agreement, who should have left years ago, who shouldn't have been here, decided to not listen and comply. What do we always say on this channel? Just comply. It would be so much easier if you comply. Number one, if you did not come here illegally and you went through the proper processes. How about that? How about once in a lifetime, people just learn? I mean, Barack Obama said people have to come here legally through the proper process. When did that stop? When did it stop that people had to come here legally through the proper process? Can anybody tell me? I put forth that you still have to come through here.
Day in Biddeford, Maine. An immigration rights group says the man was a 26-year-old from Colombia who was.
So let's go. We got video right now, some video detail. Let's go to video detail about what took place in Maine. 26-year-old from Colombia, unalived by ICE agents. Brand new ICE involved shooting in Maine. Thank you, Democrat leftists. Let's get the details. And we're going to be talking about Trump taking over the Straits of Hormuz. I called it. Didn't I call? I called it last week. I said the Straits of Hormuz is ours. We're going to negotiate in 2027. Remember what I said, and I said it here. Double tap at the like button. ICE violence in Maine.
Just in to CNN about a fatal ICE-involved shooting today in Biddeford, Maine. An immigration rights group says the man was a 26-year-old from Colombia who was authorized to work in the United States. Maine Senator Angus King says he spoke to DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen about the incident and was told that this person was the target of an immigration enforcement operation and had been ordered removed from the country. King says Secretary Mullen also told him the man was shot after he allegedly tried to weaponize the vehicle he was in.
Wow.
The senator adding that the agents were not wearing body cameras. A witness says an ICE officer repeatedly yelled before opening fire after a car appeared to drive toward him. Another witness says the man was bleeding profusely from the head and told the officers, quote, "I tried to stop." The fatal shooting comes just days after a federal immigration enforcement officer shot and killed a Mexican immigrant during a traffic stop in Houston, sparking new calls for transparency and accountability. We're joined now by John Sandweg, former ICE acting director under President Obama. John, thanks for being with us. What questions do you have about how this particular case unfolded based on really the few facts that we know here?
Yeah, Brianna, I mean, it's the same as always, right? What caused the officer to think he was in, mortal fear here of imminent bodily harm? But also, Brianna, look, this is now at least the 18th shooting involving ICE since the commencement of the Trump administration, involving someone in a vehicle, right? So what I want to know is, why was the operational plan here to take this guy into custody while he was driving? Could we have done this in a way that posed less risk, not only to the individual himself, but to the ICE officers themselves? Car vehicle stops are incredibly dangerous. They're not something that generally federal agents do. Those are what state and local police do in marked vehicles. It's especially not something that ICE has done, and definitely not something they've done much of over the last 6 years, Brianna, where the majority of the arrests have taken place of people that are already in Border Patrol custody or in custody of state and local police. So I want to know, what was the plan in terms of when we went to apprehend this individual that made us say, hey, a vehicular stop was necessary, and that we couldn't have let him at least arrive at his destination, take him into custody there, or take him into custody before he ever got into that vehicle?
Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat as we break this down. We got footage. We got footage, and I want to go to that footage now. We got footage of the incident. I want to go to that footage now. We got footage of the incident. Let's go to that footage now. We have footage of the incident. Double tap at the like button. Coming to you live from Maine. We have another ICE-involved shooting in Maine. Double tap at the like button as you guys come in. This is the Purpose of It podcast. Hey, welcome to the live cast, man. Welcome to the live broadcast. #1 podcast on YouTube for political and geopolitical debate, domestic political debate. This is a #1 conservative media outlet. We're coming to you live from Maine with another ICE-involved shooting. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me know how you feel about it in the comment section right now. As you do that, get the likes going, get the super chats going, subscribe, share, get it all going. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go, everybody.
This officer behind me, we're on Hill Street. The officer is standing at the intersection with Bacon Street, turning cars away from the next street up, which is Pool Street. And we know that's closed. We're seeing several police cruisers up there with officers officers at both ends. I spoke to a neighbor who lives here on Hill Street, just a few houses down from this intersection. She told me she was woken up around 8 o'clock this morning by the sound of gunshots and then a lot of sirens and this heavy police presence. And we are hearing that ICE officers were involved in this shooting, but she told me she had not noticed an increased ICE presence or had not heard about them being in this neighborhood. She did comment that she's always felt safe here living on Hill Street and is now questioning her safety this morning. We are still waiting for more details about exactly what happened and the reason for this shooting, but those details have not yet been released. For now, reporting live in Biddeford, I'm Jamie Ajoulay, Maine's Total Coverage.
Double tap at the like button. We're coming to you live from Maine. We're going to go to the footage right now. Everybody in the building, we have another ICE shooting. We have another ICE shooting. We have another ICE-involved shooting coming to you live right now. We got a poll up in the chat right now. I need everybody to go vote in the poll right now. Let's get the footage. You know why we break it down frame by frame in slow motion. You tell me, was ICE just...
This officer behind me, we're on...
Was ICE justified? Was ICE justified? Let's go to the footage right here. We got the footage right here. Double tap hit the like button. You guys know how I do. You guys know why you come here. You know why you subscribe. You know it's the #1 channel on YouTube. Nobody comes with the details. Nobody comes with the footage. Nobody breaks down the analytical facts the way we break it down here. Let's get into it in Maine. And I already showed you the leftists have already organized a similar protests as they did in Minnesota, but I explained to you these are tactics being taught. So when we watch the video and you see them evading ICE, you just heard a video where they said, is there a better way to do this? The right way to do this is to not come into the country. That's the right way to do it. If you want to know our opinion here at the conservative media outlet, the right way to do it is to legally apply to be a citizen, legally apply for application to the DMV. Do not take a shortcut. Do not collect gold. Do not pass $200. Double tap at the like button. ICE agents are trying to pull over the white car. He's not stopping. They have ICE agents on the left and the right. He's not stopping. Seems that seemed to be a lifeless body being pulled out the car. And at this point, it's too late. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Let's see what happened. Let's slow it down. Let's look at it frame by frame. Let's slow it down. Let's look at it frame by frame. This looks like somebody filming with their cell phone. He seems to be pulled over. ICE agents have him pulled over here and guns drawn. They have him pulled over and then he pulls off. This is a 26-year-old Colombian being pulled over by ICE agents, told to pull over. Then he pulls off. At this point, the car has been weaponized. He could have taken the life of an ICE agent. Still not pulling over. Still not pulling over. Still not pulling over. Still not pulling over. What do we say on this channel? Just comply. What do we say on this channel? Just comply. You see him dragging an officer. Now, we've seen this many times. You see him dragging an officer. The officer is being dragged by the vehicle. If you don't understand what's happening, you get so close to a car doing a traffic stop, you cannot let go. If the officer let go or disengages, then he could be ran over by the car. That is why the shooting, and most times these things are justified. People don't understand because it's not their job. They've never been in a traffic stop before. They don't know the training. They don't know what the dangers of a traffic stop is. But if he's already in the window, engaged, making the arrest, and the person does not comply, steps on the gas like Renee Good, then you are putting the officer in mortal danger. And at this point, he can't even let go of the car. If he lets go, do you guys see? He's You see him attached to the vehicle. You see him being dragged by the car. Everybody see him being dragged by the car. If he was to let go, he would go underneath this back tire. And I'm talking about from experience. I've seen this where children hang on the cars playing around with vehicles. And if you were to let go, you would go. Somebody tell me in the chat. Now, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. This is the aftermath here. And it looks like to me, you guys tell me in the chat, this looks like to me an unalive body being brought out the car and put in cuffs. This looks like he's already unalive. Y'all let me know in the chat. It looks like this person, well, he may be, maybe he needed, he may not be, I think he's moving. Yeah, I think he's moving. He may need a CPR and he may have succumbed to his wounds at the hospital. Maybe you guys let me know in the chat. So we got 1 officer, 2 officer, 3 officer, and a 26-year-old Colombian. Double tap at the like button. Let's go back to full speed. Let's go back to full speed. We're talking about the shooting in Maine. We're talking about the shooting in Maine. Let's turn on the volume. Let's turn on the volume and go full speed. This is where he's pulled over and he doesn't comply. As he's driving now, what you don't see is there's an officer being dragged. Tell me what you guys see. Tell me what you see. He's pulled over here. He's pulled over. He's been pulled over by multiple agents. Get out of the car. Comply. You already know you're here without legal permission. You know we was coming for you. You know you got deportation on. This is the thing that people don't know about the ICE agents and what they're implementing. This guy is from Colombia. He's part of a fraction. We know where he's from. We know what he's up to. We know what he lives. We know what he drives. He knows we know this. Did you hear the officers telling them to stop? And listen again. Do you see the lights? Do you see the lights of the agent? So when he moves, you're going to see the car over here to the right. You see that? You see the SUV? You see the lights? You see the lights over here? So not only is the officer on foot in danger, it's possible he could have rammed and hit the police vehicle here. Now, as he comes around, that's when he comes into view. This entire time, he's been dragging an officer. This is what the detail. I don't know if you've seen the footage. We coming to you live. We coming to you live from Maine. I'm coming to you live. We coming to you live from Maine. We coming to you live from Maine, talking about the ICE-involved shooting. Double tap, hit the like button.
Outside the office of Senator Susan Collins after a deadly shooting in Maine involving an ICE agent. This is Bedford, where the shooting happened about 25 minutes south of Portland. Our correspondent Alexis McAdams is reporting live here in New York City. She's got the latest details on what is happening there. Alexis?
Hey, Sandra. So as you can see here on your screen, this is a live look at what's going on in Maine. We know federal agents are trying to piece together everything that happened as witnesses tell local media that ICE agents surrounded a car and repeatedly ordered the driver to get out. Then seconds later, we're told they heard.
Do you hear that? ICE agents surrounded a car and repeatedly told the driver to get out. That's enough for me right there. Federal officers surrounded the car and told the person to get out. After that, everything is up. That's it. After that, when you were told by a federal officer, this harkens back to Renee Good. This harkens back to Renee Good. When you have been given an order by a federal officer and you do not listen, but this is beyond not listening. When you use your car, when you use your vehicle as a weapon. So not only are you not listening to a federal officer, but then you press on the gas and you put the federal officers in danger by using your car. Double tap at the like button. Brand new shooting in Maine.
Thing that happened as witnesses tell local media that ICE agents surrounded a car and repeatedly ordered the driver to get out. Then seconds later, we're told they heard gunshots and it was also captured on surveillance video. Listen to this. Now blocked off in Bedford, Maine, if we want to pull that video up after the ICE-involved shooting earlier this morning. We are told that the FBI and Maine State Police are working the case right now, and the feds have not yet said who was killed.
So what we have
17 minutes past the hour right now, anti-ICE protest.
What we have is anti-ICE protests have already broke out. This is Maine right now. This is the aftermath. This is Maine. This shooting just occurred. They're chanting, "Whose streets? Our streets." This is the aftermath of an ICE-involved shooting where a 26-year-old Colombian would not comply to federal officers' orders. How fast they mobilize, but where's the mobilization for real issues and real problems? To all the Democrats and liberals, I got a lot of Democrats and liberals I respect, but this has got to be one of the things that pisses you off if you're a Democrat, if you truly are. Where is this energy when it's time to vote, when it's time to do policy, when it's time to do constituency, when it's time to make laws, change? Where is this energy? This energy only shows up when you stop democracy, when you stop commerce. This is the thing that pisses me off. This is not American. Where's this energy in the House? Where's this energy to pass the SAFE Act? Where's this energy to make America great again? I don't see this energy on the left unless it's to disturb. There are people in these cars who need to go to work, who need to take care of their families. They don't care, because they believe their leftist principles supersede your right in pursuit of happiness. And that is not constitutional. It is so socialist and un-American. It's happening right under our noses. As you look at this, it's happening right. Where's this? Where's all of this action when there's the crime, when there's the violence? I don't see it. I see you letting people go. I see you letting people go. That's what we see. We're coming to you live from Maine. We're coming to you live from Maine. ICE shooting. Let's go on the ground. We're going on the ground.
MARCIA-LIFSHITZ-HAINES.
Okay, and how's it pronounced again?
Marcia Lifshitz Haynes. You could just say Haynes.
Okay.
That's fine.
Your thoughts about what went down here?
It is horrific. ICE needs to be disbanded. It is unnecessary. It is a relatively new organization. People who...
That's not true. ICE has been around for over 20, going back 3 presidents, including Barack Obama and Clinton. Hillary Clinton recently was in Munich and Davos talking about her husband. Barack Obama still got the record, by the way. Double tap hit the like button. Barack Obama, I'm not going to let you talk shit about my president. Barack Obama got the record, by the way, with Tom Homan, with DHS, with ICE, over 3 million. But you know what's never talked about? In my chat, we talk about, in order for Barack Obama to get to that 3 million number, how many people were unalived and detained? We ain't gonna talk about that right now. But Barack Obama got the record, everybody.
Work for ICE are untrained, and we want them out of Biddeford, killing people in cold blood. They need to be out of Maine. They need to be out of the United States. Fucking do it! You white supremacists piece of shit! Fuck you! Look at you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Are you okay with innocent people being shot?
You're so great! I know that!
He's here protesting with you! Guys are on the same side! Come on! What are you doing?
This fucking liberal, these white women, they both fighting each other. They on the same side. One time for the liberal white woman. Y'all see this shit? You see? Oh my God. That's unbelievable. One more time. What she said? I'll slap your tits off. They're on you. Look at Batman. No one's on your side. There is no side for these crazy liberals. Look at them. Look at them. Where are the Latino? Where are the foreigners protesting? It's always these white people. Do you guys see this? This is white on white violence. Let's go back to the white on white violence, everybody. They're shooting people in the street. They're shooting people in the street. I know that. They're shooting people in the street. How performative. How performative. This is the best channel. This is the best. They're shooting people in the street. They're legal. I want you out of here. White woman talking to another white person, telling the white person that the people who came here illegally are legal. This is what I wish I was making this up. White liberal woman telling a white man that the Mexicans and the people who came here illegally are legal, and the white man needs to leave. This is classic. This is YouTube gold. This is classic. I love it. Do you love it, everybody? I love it. This is YouTube gold. How beautiful. How beautiful. Double tap at the like button. Let's keep going.
I hope you come and join us.
So this is when last week I talked about this ugly monster on the left. So when we talk about this ugly monster on the left, when in the chat, when you see this ugly monster come up, this is what happens. This is what the left is. Let's just be honest. This is what we're dealing with, right? This is the honest truth. They can never hide it. We've seen it at the Delaney Center. Remember at the Delaney ICE Detention Center where they were attacking each other. I showed multiple videos where so-called leftist sympathizer, people who are supposed to be on the side of good, attacking each other. And then they got to calm each other down. Wait a minute, we're here for the same reason. This is the only thing that they have in common is that they're crazy. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The only thing they have in common is that they're cuckoo cuckoo, and this is what leads to violence. 6 attempts on my president's life. 6 attempts on my president's life. And you guys wonder why another person is unalived in Maine. It's because this illogic ideology of the left, right? Only thing they have in common is violence and disruption. These are not sane people. If you understand what you're watching, if you understand that these are 2 leftists arguing while a third leftist is doing an interview, do you understand the complex context that's going on in this video? You have one leftist arguing with another leftist. They're both on the same side, but they almost come to violence. Imagine if a Republican was there. You would most definitely be in fear of your life. They almost kill each other. They almost kill each other, let alone if someone with a different opinion was there. Now, keep in mind, they're going at each other's throat while they're on the same side, but a third leftist is in an interview. She's trying to say, now think about the irony in this video. While these 2 leftists go at it, this is all political theater, but this is so indicative of what's going on the left. So while they are going at each other's throat, this person with the pink hat, this person in my background with the pink hat, she is trying to say how bad the right is. How foolish do you look? How idiotic and foolish do you look by saying somehow the right is violent, the right is bad, the right no, you know who needs to leave Maine? You know who needs to get the hell out of the street? These white liberals. The white liberal is the most violent. The white liberal is the one who's in the middle of the street, almost fighting, coming to blows. There are no black and brown people. There are no black and brown white liberals fighting white liberals with a third white liberal crying about how violent the right is. The only people who need to get out of the street is y'all. The only people who need to get out of the street is y'all.
Demonstration at noon at Mechanics Park. Troy Jackson is going to be speaking, and we're going going to have a large number of
She's shaking because the white liberals fighting is creating a tense, violent environment. That's why she's visibly uncomfortable.
people, because people in our community do not want ICE. These are our immigrant neighbors. My grandparents were all immigrants, and I have a small family because my family that didn't come over was killed in the Holocaust. And I say never again means everyone. Here in the U.S., in Gaza, we can't support human rights abuses. And what's happening with ICE, they're committing human rights abuse after human rights abuse. What the United States is doing.
There's absolutely no logic. She's linking everything. This is the problem with the liberal, where I talk about the lack of coherent ability to make an argument. She's linking ICE with Gaza, with this, with that, and none of it has anything to do with each other. But to her, in her pink-hatted liberal, purple-hair protesting brain, somehow this all makes sense. Somehow this has something to do with Gaza, when this is about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden letting 10 to 20 million people illegally. Let's keep in mind that this is where the liberal loses any type of sense of respect from people like me. Keep in mind, the only reason we're having this conversation is because Joe Biden illegally opened the border and 10 to 20 million people came here. Since they come here, shit like Nancy Grace kidnapping, shit like CDL massacres on freeway. I just reported another unaliving by someone who is not an American citizen, who have gotten CDLs in one of these democratic sanctuaries. That is why we have ICE agents on the street. It has nothing to do with Gaza. It has nothing to do. This is a domestic issue. And then you're trying to interweave your complaints about geopolitical. And then she tries to qualify it by saying, my grandparents were Jewish and all this bullshit. These liberals is dangerous, y'all. Listen.
Everyone here in the U.S., in Gaza, we can't support human rights. People in our community do not want ICE. These are our immigrant neighbors. My grandparents were all immigrants, and I have a small family because my family that didn't come over was killed in the Holocaust. And I say never again means everyone. Here in the U.S., in Gaza, we can't support human rights abuses.
So her family killed in the Holocaust. Then she interweaves Gaza. This is the cockamamie BS that's going on. Double tap hit the like button as you come in. Get the likes up. Get the votes in the poll. Vote in the poll as you come in. Get the likes up. Coming to you live from the ICE unalived in Bedford, Maine. Maine Speaker of the House has confirmed ICE agents unalived someone. It was a 26-year-old. It was a 26-year-old Colombian. 26-year-old Colombian. Let's go to. This is the aftermath. Let's get some details for the people. This is the aftermath. What you're watching on the screen. Welcome back to the channel where the left comes to see. Today, we're talking about, right now, we're starting off in Maine, another ICE-involved shooting. One person unalived. The usual suspects are already calling it a murder and demanding to abolish ICE. Meanwhile, they cheer when Americans get killed by illegals. The hypocrisy is insane. Comment meltdown if you're watching the left lose their minds right now. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get a deep dive. Let's get a deep dive for you guys. Let's get a deep dive. Get you a deep dive. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'll get you a deep dive. We're watching the aftermath. You see the white car. Remember, we're going to go back to the footage of him not complying with the ICE agents and almost running over a federal officer. When we got the video of where the stop. But now remember, look. Remember what I said, that he possibly could have hit this SUV. This is a different angle. Remember the SUV I told you about? Remember the SUV as he made the circle? I said he could have hit this SUV right here. That's the car that the ICE agents was in. So it wasn't just the ICE agents on the ground. It wasn't just the ICE agents on the ground who were put in danger. It was also the car. It wasn't just the ICE agents on the ground who was put in danger. It was also the car. We got details. I got details coming up right now. You guys are watching the aftermath. The location, Pool in Hill Streets, Bedford, Maine, about 15 miles from Portland. Time around 7:30 this morning. This happened today. This is breaking news, everybody. Breaking news. This happened 7:30 in the morning. One person was fatally shot by ICE agents. The victim was a 26-year-old Colombian man. His status, immigrant, disputed in some reports. He had a final order of deportation. This was an immigrant who had a final order of deportation circumstances. ICE agents were attempting to apprehend him, according to Senator Angus King and local officials. The man reportedly tried to use his vehicle as a weapon against agents. He was shot in the head. Witnesses reported hearing gunshots and seeing the first responders at a bullet-riddled white sedan. Double tap, hit the like button. We coming to you with the live footage. You see it in the background. And while we look at the footage, I'm getting you more details. While we look at the footage together, aftermath of the ICE shooting, and I'm getting you details as we look at the footage together. So far, what we know is this happened this morning at 7:30 a.m. He was a 26-year-old Colombian man, and he had a final order of deportation. ICE agents were attempting to apprehend him, and based on that final order, like I've said many a time, how does Tom Homan able to say 80% of the people that we've deported are criminals? How can he say that definitively? Because they have them on a list. They have what is known as a final order of deportation based on crimes and coming here illegally. So that's why Tom Homan, ICE agents, and DHS can say definitively that 80% of the people we have deported are criminals because we have them on paper. And then we know where they are. I know his address. I know his car. I know his place of work, just like I know any felon or anybody on probation. This person has already been to an immigration court. Do you guys understand the context that I'm sharing with you right now? When I say to you, 26-year-old Colombian man who had a final order of deportation, do you know what that means? That means he's already seen a judge, because there's this liberal ideology out there that individuals are not able to see judges. That means he already saw a judge. Is everybody following me? If he already has a final order, that means he already saw a judge. Can we understand that? And he should have left. Like, this is what ICE agents are able to get so many people out so quickly, because they're going door to door with addresses that they already have confirmed of individuals who should have already left. ICE, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. They have the number. They have your address. So that's what we know now. 7:30 a.m., a 26-year-old who had a final order of deportation. You know what, you guys? The fact that he had a final order of deportation, he might have been to court multiple times. He may have had multiple court dates. The fact that he had a final order of deportation, he probably had multiple court dates. Can we say that? He probably had multiple court dates. The fact that he had a final order of deportation. So let's have a real talk this morning. The fact that he had a final order of deportation says a lot. The fact that he had a final order of deportation says a lot. Let's get some water. Let's get some water. Let's get some water. Let's get some water. Double tap hit the like button. Let's get some water. And we're going to talk about Trump takes her moose. Lindsey Graham, rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. We're starting off with the ICE chaos in Maine. We starting off with the ICE context. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. Yeah, Democrats create crime. That's how they win. Democrats create crime. That's how. The Great Black Reset came in with $1.99. Shout out to the Great Black Reset. Thank you, brother, for the $1.99 super chat. Follow the law, follow the law, follow the law. Just comply. Just comply. That's all you got to do. Just comply. Double tap, hit the like button. We're going to go back to the video so people can see the video. I'm here to support to the port. Double tap, hit the like button. That's my brother right there. The ICE agent did the right thing. For sure, the ICE agent did the right thing, man. I grew up out here, man. I grew up out here. So I've seen what can happen when you play around with cars, man. Just comply, man. I've seen when you play around with cars, man. Just comply. You know, that's all you got to do. Just comply. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Pamela. Shout out to Great Black Reset. Shout out to everybody in the building supporting. It says Pamela Hernandez, 5407. Shout out to everybody in the building supporting. Yeah, I'm not that sure everybody wants you to tell them how great you are. Double tap, hit the like button. Do the right thing, man. Do the right thing. Somebody says stop repeating yourself and ranting. If you want to know my Cash App is Big D Rants. Somebody put it in the chat. My Cash App is Big D Rants. If you didn't know what this is a podcast, dum-dum. This is a podcast, dum-dum. I actually am ranting on purpose. That's why my Cash App is Big D, B-I-G-D Rants. Like the chain, Big D, man. The Cash App is Big D Rants. That used to be a TV show I used to have. Big D Rants. So that's what I do here, man. Just comply, man. That's what you do on the podcast is you rant, man. That's what you do on the podcast is you rant, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We coming to you live from Maine. Hit the, hey, relax and talk sports. Relax and talk sports. We got our guys in the building, man. We got our guys in the building. Relax and talk sports. The Great Black Reset. Shout out to all the family, man. The habitual line steppers. The Roger Report, man. Shout out to everybody. Pamela said Trump is strong, man. Double tap hit the like button. We're going to talk about Lindsey Graham. Trump takes over the Straits of Hormuz. I predicted the Straits of Hormuz. I predicted this. I said this, man. I said this. And the liberals, man, got everybody. So they murdered another U.S. citizen. I hope it's caught on someone's ring cam. They did not unalive an American citizen. What actually happened was a 26-year-old who had a final deportation order was pulled over so he can get deported out of the country, and he did not comply with federal officers, right? He did not comply with federal officers. You look it up whether or not he was illegal. I am reporting to you that he had a final deportation order. And I'm reporting to you he had a final deportation order. And when arrested, this is the thing that you do. This is what they tell black people, right? To everybody in the chat. This is what they tell black people. If you under arrest, then you should just probably comply and hire a lawyer and post bail. For everybody asking if he was a citizen or not, it doesn't matter. If you use your car to run over a police officer, even if you a citizen, you're going to get unalived. Double tap at the like button. If you use your car, if you use your car to run over a police officer, even if you a citizen, you're going to get unalived. Do you understand what I'm saying? So whether or not he was legal, what I'm reporting to you is that he was a 26-year-old Colombian man with a final deportation order. And I have yet to hear anyone dispute that he had a final deportation order. Anyone want to dispute that he had a final deportation order? I don't think so.
Street, turning cars away from the next street up, which is Pool Street. And we know that's closed. We're seeing several police cruisers up there with officers at both ends. I spoke to a neighbor who lives here on Hill Street, just a few houses down from this intersection. She told me she was woken up around 8 o'clock this morning by the sound of gunshots and then a lot of sirens and this heavy police presence. And we are hearing that ICE officers were involved in this shooting, but she told me she had not noticed an increased ICE presence or had not heard about them being in this neighborhood. She did comment that she's always felt safe here living on Hill Street and is now questioning her safety this morning. We are still waiting for more details about exactly what happened and the reason for this shooting, but those details have not yet been released. For now.
So it sounded like the federal officers were doing their job. Nobody knew they were there. You're not supposed to know they're there if they're doing their job properly, right? You're not supposed to know they're there if they're doing their job properly, which they were, right? And if the assailant, the 26-year-old young man with the let's keep in mind, final deportation order, which means he received his adjudication leftist, which means he saw a judge, leftist, communist, socialist. That means he saw a judge, but yet and still had deportation orders, and he should have took his ass back to Colombia. So because he did not go back to Colombia, because he had deportation final orders from a judge, an immigration judge, ICE agents were well within their right of the Constitution and federal law to apprehend him. If they were wrong, all he had to do was put his hands behind his back, get arrested, call his lawyer, and then he could bail out and he would sue ICE and be very rich and be very alive. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? If he was a citizen, if you're a citizen, just comply. And you would get arrested, and then you would be calling your lawyer and making money, right? You could call your lawyer and make money, right? Just comply, call your lawyer. But if you're not a citizen, if you actually have deportation orders, that makes sense why you would run away. Then it makes sense why you would run away, huh? Double tap, hit the like button, huh? Then it makes sense why. Let's look at the video together. Check it out. You hear it? So remember, this is the other vehicle. Now you can't really see it. Now let's slow it down. Let's watch it together in slow motion. Well, this is a person coming through, and he's coming up on the scene. He's coming up on the scene. We're watching it in slow motion. This is the vehicle in question now, but this also is this is an ICE vehicle where the ICE agents came from, right? Now, keep in mind, now we're looking for justification of a shooting. Now, the car, he's been told to pull over and get out. You have a deportation order. He's not listening. Now, what you don't see here, as he's perpendicular, now at this moment, the car is a weapon. At this moment, the car could come straight forward and kill and unalive all of the agents in his vehicle. He's turned the car around perpendicular. Now he's facing the ICE agents after being pulled over, after being told to stop and get out of the car. I say there's multiple justification to stop the vehicle. And unfortunately, in this case, to stop the vehicle, you got to shoot the driver because the driver won't listen. right? You gotta act on the driver. If the driver is not listening, how do you stop the vehicle and stop the vehicle becoming a danger, not only to the officers, but to everybody in public? Let's keep watching. I'm gonna get Great Black Reset's comment next. You see him coming around. He could have hit this SUV. 26-year-old Colombian, look how close he comes to the SUV. He may have hit the SUV. I don't know. I don't know, because in the later video, when the arrest is over, the SUV is right next to him. So as he spins around, what you notice is there's an ICE agent has been attached to the vehicle the entire time. So if we go back, this, what you cannot make out is there are ICE agents on both sides of the vehicle. Everybody with me? Everybody at home with me? We breaking the ICE shooting down. Everybody at home with me? Great Black Reset said, it's really simple. Criminals always run from the law enforcement. Double tap at the like button. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. And when you do run, you run the risk of something happening to you. When you do run, but this is the thing, if you run on foot, when you use your car over and over, yeah, I wish the picture could be bigger. The car over and over is becoming a weapon. The car over and over becomes a weapon, right? Over and over, the car becomes a weapon. So here it is on both sides. You see officers on both sides. This is a 26-year-old in the white vehicle. He's been apprehended by ICE agents. The ICE agents have cut off the street. There's so much to unpack here. There's so much to unpack here that they don't tell you on liberal media. ICE agents are out of the car on foot. ICE agents have parked and blocked the street, and he is not listening. When you finally get to the end, there's like several ICE agents. There was no reason for him to run. You caught, homie. There's nowhere to go. What you don't see is there's an ICE agent here, correct? That he could have hit and unalive. You see the ICE agent there? It's hard to make out because it looks like a tree. Another ICE agent there. And then you have an ICE agent attached to the car. I've argued, look at his arm is moving. His arm is moving, trying to stop the guy. Look, he's being dragged by the vehicle. Can you see the ICE agent's legs? He's being dragged by the vehicle. I've argued that if he would have let go, he would have been dragged under the car and unalived. I've argued if he would have let go, he would have been dragged under the car and unalived, right? That's what I've argued when it comes to this video. If that officer would have let go, he would have been dragged under the car and unalived. Double tap hit the like button. Let's keep going. Let's go full speed. You see the aftermath. This is full speed. With the volume, listen. He sees the roadblock. He's been told to get out of the car and follow commands. He doesn't follow commands. He sees the roadblock, tries to avoid the roadblock. This is the aftermath. Maine shoot 26-year-old Colombian man unalive. 26-year-old Colombian man unalive. That's the footage, everybody. 26-year-old Colombian man and ICE and Maine unalive, Portland. Tell me what you think in the chat. Share your opinion in the chat. Put it in the super chat if you want me to read it out loud. Tell me what you think in the chat. Put it in the super chat if you want me to read it out loud. ICE involved shooting in Maine. ICE involved shooting in Maine. And the protests have already broke out. Protests have already broke out. We got protests already. This happened at 7:30 this morning. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. This is at 7:30 this morning. This happened. This is how the white people mobilized. And again, like I tell you, in every single one of these protests. And I'm saying this is a protest. They want to say it, that they want to say it's a rally. No, this is a protest. And every one of these liberal socialist protests, and we can call them out now because we have the Democratic Socialists in New York. So I've been calling them socialists going back to Renee Good in Minnesota. So this is a socialist movement as they block traffic and stop commerce and democracy. But what you see, no people of color. There are no people of color here. Please pay attention. There are no people of color in this socialist takeover of America. By the time Americans realize what happened, it'll be too late. By time people realize what happened in this country, it'll be too late. Because it's me saying it, right? And there's so much division in America that no one understands. Well, what does it matter what race they are? It matters. That's why I played Glenn Beck. When Glenn Beck said, when the Democratic Socialists were elected in New York, Glenn Beck came out and talked about this white liberal and the dangers of this white liberal, but no one's paying attention. Glenn Beck pointed out that in these No Kings rallies, in protests like this, you never see brown and black people. If this is a problem with Latinos and Mexicans fearing being kicked out of the country, where are they in this video, everybody? Can anybody help me out? Can you tell me where are the brown and black people in this protest? Anybody help me? And tell me, does it matter? By time Americans figure out what happened, it'll be too late. They are trying to get power. This is all about power. This is about Democrat left power, which is socialist power. The socialist communists have taken over the DNC. Did you know this is all about power? By the time you wake up, it'll all be over. Whose streets? Our streets. What does that chant mean? What do you mean? Because let's frame this debate. What really happened? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris opened the border, right? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris opened the border to the effect of 10 million people at modest estimates. Modest estimates say 10 million people came across. Conservatives say 20 million people came across. So President Trump wins every single swing state, the House and the Senate. And then when CNN, when New York Times, when Wall Street Journal, when Rutgers ask America, why did you vote for Trump overwhelmingly? Because it seems like people don't like Trump if you listen to the media. So they asked in the poll, why did you vote for Trump? Overwhelmingly, the American people came back and said, now remember, this was just a year ago. This isn't 10 years ago. Trump has only been president for a year and a half. You would think Trump got elected 10 years ago. When they asked the American people, why did Trump win every single swing state, every single demographic, the House and the Senate, the American people said they did not trust the Democrats could protect the border. They did not trust the Democrats, which they haven't been able to do. They did not trust the Democrats could protect the country geopolitically after Joe Biden left and ran away from Afghanistan. The American people didn't trust the Democrats just a year and a half ago. So when you hear this chant, the reason why ICE is in streets arresting people is because just a year ago, you asked Donald Trump to close the border because Kamala and Biden, they couldn't do it. Kamala and Biden admitted, we can't close the border. We don't know how to do it. So that's why you voted for Trump in every single swing state, because like Fetterman said, up to 300,000 people in one day at some time, 10 million people in 2 years came across the border by modest estimates. So the American people, Democrat and Republican, black and white, did not trust the Democrats just a year ago. Just a year ago, the American people had a choice. Do we believe Kamala Harris can close the border and get peace in Gaza? That was the question. Just 16 months ago, the American people went into the voting booth. The question was, can Kamala Harris close the border and get us peace in Gaza? And the American people in every single swing state said no. No, Kamala cannot get it done. Kamala cannot get it done. So when you see ICE operating in American cities, it's not because Trump is white and white men are racist. These white liberals get on TV and say this is about white supremacy. Hell no, we won't go. It has nothing to do with white supremacy. It has nothing to do with racism. It has only to do with the fact that a year ago, the Democrats lost control of our borders. And people from Yemen, people from China, people from Venezuela, people from Colombia came rushing across our borders, and they couldn't stop it. So overwhelmingly, the American people wanted Trump to stop it. That's why you have ICE in a version of Tom Homan, the same way Barack Obama. ICE is not doing this to make you upset. ICE is not doing this to make people hurt. Trump is a businessman. Trump is responding to a problem. There is a problem at the border, and the Democrats couldn't fix it. So there's an ICE crackdown. And tell me, listen to this. You know what I reported to you? It's working. I reported to you last week in Chicago, sanctuary city, people who are not citizens are afraid to go to the doctor. Do you know why they're afraid to go to the doctor? Because they say if we go to the doctor, because in sanctuary cities, they give people who are not citizens health care. They give people who are not citizens welfare. So they're saying they're afraid to go to the doctor because if they go to the doctor, ICE agents will arrest them. So they are self-deportating. They are self-deporting, and they are no longer taking advantage of the American system because that means Trump is winning. Trump is doing a great job. If you are telling me people who are not citizens, who should not be getting Medicaid, who should not be getting welfare, are now afraid to go get these benefits because they're afraid that Trump will arrest them, well, I say, ooh the lolly. I say, ooh the lolly. I say, congratulations, Trump is doing a good job. That's what I voted for. That means ICE arresting people is having the result. The CBP ad, people are self-deporting. People are self-deporting. People are no longer in this democratic mind state under Biden where they go from state to state and get welfare and get benefits from state to state. Now they are afraid. They're afraid to go downtown. They're downtown. I'm afraid to go downtown because ICE is gonna get down. They're afraid. They're afraid to go to hospitals. They're afraid to go to the welfare office because now this is the fight with Gavin Newsom and Trump. Because what Trump is telling Gavin Newsom, if someone presents at the welfare office, you have an obligation to confirm whether or not they are a citizen. Democratic sanctuary cities are saying, I'm not going to confirm whether or not the mom is a citizen. So federal money has been withdrawn from California. Double tap at the like button. Federal money, over $100 million have been withheld from California because California won't ask at the DMV if you are a citizen. You might say, how does someone who don't have who's not a citizen get a CDL? In California, they refuse to ask the question if you are a citizen. So $100 million has been withheld. This is how we get these problems. Donald Trump has been doing a great job. If people who did not come here legally are afraid to go to the DMV, that's a good thing. That means lines are shorter for you and me. If people who did not come here legally are afraid to go to the ER, that means lines are shorter at the hospital for you and me. Y'all get it? This is what we voted for. This is what we voted for. We wanted Trump to clean up the streets. This is what we voted for. This is what we voted for. We're talking about an ICE agent involved shooting. There was an ICE involved shooting in Maine. There was an ICE, and now the protests have already broke out. It just happened. Breaking news, 7:30 this morning. The shooting just occurred, and this is the aftermath.
17 minutes past the hour right now, anti-ICE protests outside the office of Senator Susan Collins after a deadly shooting in Maine involving an ICE agent. This is Bedford, where the shooting happened about 25 minutes south of Portland. Our correspondent Alexis McAdams is reporting live here in New York City. She's got the latest details on what is happening there. Alexis?
Hey, Sandra. So as you can see here on your screen, this is a live look at what's going on in Maine. We know federal agents are trying to piece together everything that happened as witnesses tell local media that ICE agents surrounded a car and repeatedly ordered the driver to get out. Then seconds later, we're told they heard gunshots, and it was also captured on
Agents
surveillance
surrounded
video.
the car and repeatedly told somebody to get out. Listen to that again, because that should be enough. That's enough for me. If a federal officer tells you to get out of the car, just comply.
On in Maine, we know federal agents are trying to piece together everything that happened as witnesses tell local media that ICE agents surrounded a car and repeatedly ordered the driver to get out. Then seconds later, we're told they heard gunshots, and it was also captured on surveillance video. Listen to this. Blocked off in Biddeford, Maine. If we want to pull that video up after the ICE-involved shooting earlier this morning. We are told that the FBI and Maine State Police are working the case right now, and the feds have not yet said who was killed.
17 minutes past.
So the ICE agent involved shooting, it was a 26-year-old Colombian man who had received final deportation orders. 26-year-old Colombian man who had received final deportation orders. This is a view from a cell phone footage. This is cell phone footage of the attempted arrest and him unaliving, and the video of him trying to get away, weaponizing the vehicle. Double tap at the like button. Coming to you live from Maine. Breaking news, 7:30 this morning. ICE agents are forced to use violence to apprehend a suspect who was 26-year-olds from Colombia who had final deportation orders. So you see him not stopping. There's a lot to unpack in this video. There's a lot to unpack in this video. Everybody watching the video with me? So let's unpack it. You see the ICE agent being dragged. You see the ICE agent being dragged. So there's a lot to be unpacked in this video. What you don't see is this is a sting operation. This goes by so fast. You don't see, this is an ICE agent vehicle that is blocking the road. This road is one way in, one way out. You see, he can't come back. So now he's been set up into a sting. That's what's happening. Everybody at home who doesn't know what's going on, this is a sting operation. Now, remember, I played other video where neighbors say they had no idea that ICE agents were even in the neighborhood. So ICE agents were moving so stealth, so professional, no one even knew they were in the neighborhood. They were only after the one individual who they have his name, his address, his license plate. How and why do they have all this information? Because he has a final deportation order, which means he's seen a judge and has been adjudicated, and now they got a sting operation and the street is blocked off. If you're wondering why he turns around, to see the green light, everybody, he should have kept going straight. Y'all with me? Let's watch it again. He should have kept going straight. He couldn't. Y'all watch it? Get out the car. You hear the orders from the agent. There's multiple agents here. And he's dragging this agent. And you hear the gunshots. Let's watch it in slow motion. Let's watch it in slow motion together. Tell me what you think in the chat. Let's watch it in slow motion together. There's a red light. He goes through the green. He realizes he can't go straight. He cannot continue in the direction he was going because there's an ICE vehicle blocking his lane, which means they knew he was coming, ladies and gentlemen, because they know who he is based on his final deportation order. Are we together on this? Are we together? This is not a random occasion. This is not just la-di-da, I see a Mexican. Oh, la-di-da, I see a Mexican. Oh, la-di-da, I see a Mexican. That's not what this is. That's how they frame it. They frame it like, ooh, the lolly. We're just walking through Portland, Maine, and we saw some brown people and we start messing. No, that's not what happened. This is a sting, a control operation. The street is cut off. They know he's coming. They know who he is. He doesn't comply. He continues to drive. The thing is, ladies and gentlemen, the car now becomes a weapon. When you don't comply and you're driving a 2,000-pound car that can kill somebody, then now it's like you just put out a gun on the police. I don't know if Americans, we need to do better education. Now the police officer's life is in danger. If he has a wife, if he has children, this car could run him over. And I've argued from the beginning, if he were to let go, if the ICE agent were to let go at this moment, he could be drugged under the car and ran over and unalive. He can't let go. He can't disengage. He can't disengage. What needs to happen is the driver needs to stop and comply. But if the ICE agent lets go, he's donezo. He's under the vehicle. And then the shoot. Then the shots come. Then the shots come. Then the shots come. Then the shots come. Let's go back full speed. Then the shots come. You guys watching it now? So now we understand the context. This guy's 26-year-old. Let's get the context. Let me give it to you. Let me give it to you. 26-year-old Colombian man. He had a final deportation order. ICE agents were attempting to apprehend him, and he did not comply. Double tap at the like button. Let's go back to the vehicle. Full speed. Full speed. Slow down. Get out the vehicle. That's it. You hear the pop, pop, pop. You hear the pop, pop, pop. That was it. That was it. That was it. The ICE agent was on him. The ICE agent was on him. You heard the pop, 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 and he did not stop. That was it, y'all. It was not. This is the same car. This is what I said earlier. This is the administrative first aid, fair use, first responders on the scene. But let's break down what we see. That's the SUV right there. Remember the SUV? I told you this is from an opposite angle. The angle we had from before was over here. This is the SUV right here. And what I said, he could have hit the SUV. Now you see the car that he was in right there when he did not comply. You see how dangerous this was? Him not complying to the traffic stop? Do you see how much danger he put everybody in? Not just the ICE officers who were positioned on the ground, on the street, but also the ICE agent who was in this white vehicle. Do you understand? This is the same thing with Renee Good. Multiple officers are put in danger, and not only that, pedestrians. After Renee Good was shot, the car continued to drive and crashed. Another car was hit. More pedestrians could have been unalive by you not simply complying and getting out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. You have final deportation orders. You do not get to pass go. You do not collect $200. Go home. You get nothing. And ladies and gentlemen, to everybody saying that he was a citizen, it's just like somebody, an American person who gets arrested. I'm going to tell you right now, if you a citizen and ICE makes a mistake and pulls you over, please put your hands behind your back and do everything that the federal officer asks you to do. I'm going to say this right now. If you are ever arrested by ICE mistakenly and you are an American citizen, put your damn hands behind your back and call a lawyer and call your wife from the holding tank alive. Be alive and call your wife from the holding tank. tragic incident coming to you live from Maine. This is the aftermath of the shooting. Coming to you live from Maine, aftermath of the shooting. Involved shooting in Maine. "26-year-old Colombian man was set up in a sting. ICE had blocked the street." What you're seeing here, I don't know if you can see, this car is the ICE vehicle. The ICE vehicle had the street blocked. They had ICE agents deployed. They knew who the young man was. This was a sting operation. This was not some random guy. When you hear video reports from Fox News, neighbors said they had no idea ICE was even operating in the neighborhood. Do you guys understand what that means? Neighbors didn't know. Nobody knew ICE was there. ICE was doing a controlled professional sting operation on this 26-year-old Colombian. Now, why do y'all think, why do y'all think ICE was looking for this 26-year-old Colombian with a final, what do they do in Colombia? I don't know. I don't know why ICE would be in Portland, Maine, was specifically targeting this 26-year-old. They blocked off the street. They knew his route. They blocked off the street. They knew his route. They knew who he was. They had his name. They had his number, ladies and gentlemen. And when he saw the police, he ran. Shout out to the Great Black Reset. Shout out to the Great Black Reset. Great Black Reset said criminals always run when they did something wrong. But if you just listen to liberal reports, you think that racist ICE agents were just walking down the street and saw some brown men. Targeted sting operation. Targeted sting operation. Coming to you live from Maine. Targeted sting operation. It is so obvious, like Great Black Reset said, so very simple, so very simple. That's what it was. So very simple. Coming to you live from Maine. Let me know what you think in the chat. People, what I did is I already went on my rant, letting everybody know why it happened, what we doing. We're doing this because Joe Biden, Kamala Harris failed us at the border. Double tap, hit the like button. Different angle, different angle, different angle, different angle.
Is that a car?
This time in Biddeford, Maine.
Another angle. Take a look. Let's take a look. ICE shooting in Maine. ICE shooting in Maine. Breaking news, 7:30 this morning.
Breaking news. Trump's ICE has killed yet again.
Oh, is that a car?
This time in Biddeford, Maine, early this morning. We don't know the details yet, whether this was an undocumented immigrant, a U.S. citizen, doesn't really matter.
He's 26-year-old from Colombia with a final deportation order, and it does matter. It absolutely does matter. The details always matter. Maybe not to a liberal white man, but it actually matters to the police officer and the officer's wife and children. If you try to run over a federal agent who's married and has children and has a mortgage, it matters to them. It matters to them. Why do ICE agents wear masks? Why did the Supreme Court approve the ICE agents wearing masks? Because they receive so many unaliving threats. You've tried to unalive my president 6 times. Let's keep going.
10 people, I believe, have been killed by ICE since last year, including now with this in Maine. This is a terrorist organization killing human beings across America. All we know is this person was relatively young. We believe in their 20s. This is Project Relief. We are heartbroken to share that one of our community members was killed this morning during an encounter with ICE in Biddeford. This was a young person whose life was cut short, and our community must come together to stand with their loved ones and ensure that they are not alone. They are not trained, and even if they were trained, it seems they are trained to shoot first, ask questions later.
They are not trained.
Breaking news.
Were trained. What type of report is that? They are not trained, and even if they were trained, sound like you don't care. Sound like you don't care. That's sad. They are not trained. Here goes, eyewitness in Maine confirms that illegal immigrant was shot by ICE early this morning, put his car in drive and attempted to hit the ICE agent. Self-defense by ICE. Double tap it to like.
So I assume they were ICE, and then you could see them with their
self-defense by ICE. I said it on the ground in Maine.
I was driving through the intersection at Hill Street and Pool Street, and as I was approaching, you could see flashing blue lights, and then as I got closer, they were unmarked. So I assumed they were ICE, and then you could see them with their green vests and stuff, and it said police, ICE. And so as I actually was going through the intersection, I heard yelling. So I know I'm supposed to be paying attention, but I heard yelling off to my, so I looked and I was watching, and the ICE agent was yelling and drew his weapon, and he kept yelling and warning the person driving, which is when the car was put into drive and was trying to hit the ICE officer.
There you go.
And he fired, I would say, probably 4 shots at him. And then by that time, I was also through, the intersection, so I just heard the popping, but I did see him draw his gun at the windshield. And then the car, you could see the car.
Double tap at the like button. First hand account, breaking news. I don't know if this is real or not. I'm going to just say fair use. It's the first time I've seen this video. We have to confirm this later. You guys let me know. It's a lot of people make fake videos nowadays, but this is, I'm a report it as an eyewitness account to what took place today on Hill and Pool in Bedford, Maine, where ICE shooting one more time. First-hand account that the 26-year-old Colombian man, I'm repeating the details. This was a 26-year-old Colombian man who had a final deportation order. Does everybody understand what that means as we get into the context of this right here, this report? Does everybody understand what it means that he was 26-year-old? He was from Colombia, and he had a final deportation order. While I play this, I'm going to get some more information on that final deportation order.
I was driving through the intersection at Hill Street and Pool Street, and as I was approaching, you could see flashing blue lights. And then as I got closer, they were unmarked. So I assumed they were ICE, and then you could see them with their green vests and stuff, and it said police, ICE. And so as I actually was going through the intersection, I heard yelling. So I know I'm supposed to be paying attention, but I heard yelling off to my, so I looked and I was watching, and the ICE agent was yelling and drew his weapon, and he kept yelling and warning the person driving, which is when the car was put into drive and was trying to hit the ICE officer. And he fired, I would say, probably 4 shots at him. And then by that time, I was also through, the intersection, so I just heard the popping, but I did see him draw his gun at the windshield. And then the car, you could see the car.
I'm looking right now on this deportation order. I want to get you. I want to see how much detail we can get you guys. Final order detail. Let me know what y'all think in the chat. Is this a real witness? He's saying that the reason this happened is that the guy weaponized the car and he did not listen to ICE agents. It says the 26-year-old Colombian motorist fatally shot by ICE in Bedford, Maine was actually not intended target of the arrest warrant being executed, according to statement by U.S. I don't know about that shit. Deceased leading the targeted the warrant federal okay, we not it's impossible to get it. Okay, we don't got it over there. Y'all let me know in the chat what y'all get, what y'all finding. The reports say the victim had a final order of deportation. This strongly indicates he went through a full process, so our immigration judge likely had a chance to appeal before the order became final. He was therefore in the country illegally at the time of the encounter. For the illegal immigration status perspective, final order does not always mean the person was physically removed before. Many people get final orders and stay in the United States for years until ICE locates them. Fugitive aliens is the status. Some cases involve different things, didn't show up to court, but mainstream reporting usually specifies that a final deportation order normally means he had a chance before a judge. It's not summary deportation without due process. That's what I'm reporting right here. Y'all let me know if that's incorrect, if you have anything else different. I am reporting as a 26-year-old Colombian man with a final deportation order.
I was driving through the intersection.
Again, final deportation orders come at the end of a lengthy legal process. That means he's been arrested. That means he's seen a judge. Final deportation order comes at the end of a long, lengthy process. Now, this is the second recent shooting. If you guys recur, there was another shooting in Houston on July 7th. Oh, shit. This is video from Houston. So within the last 15 days, we've had multiple ICE shootings, ICE unalived. The ICE shooting in Houston, and then now this new ICE shooting today in Maine. Oh. This is the ICE shooting in Houston right here. I don't know how much you heard about that. This is the ICE shooting in Houston. A lot of people didn't even know a lot about what took place. Similar thing, person does not comply when told to pull over, and if you have legal status, this is Houston, everybody. July 7th, we had another ICE shooting, unalived in Houston. And there's two.
That's so fucked up.
So within the last 2 weeks, we had two ICE shootings. Both of them, unfortunately, resulted in unaliving of the person involved in the shooting. We got ICE shooting in Maine. We got ICE shooting in Houston, Texas. Double tap, hit the like button. This is the guy loved ones and congressmen describe Lorenzo Salgado Araujo as hardworking 50-year-old father, a U.S. citizen with no criminal convictions. That's the guy who was unalived. And let's keep going. Let's see if we can get more on the Houston shooting. So we got a shooting in Houston on July 7th, and then we got the shooting today. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, 52, was fatally shot in Houston on July 7th by a federal immigration agent, sparking protests and outrage in his community. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Multiple ICE involved. Do not try to run over ICE agents to see another day. I totally comply and don't die. It seemed very simple to me. Comply and don't die. That's all.
And you don't die. Looking at the scene of the guy who tried to run over the ICE officer. Comply and you don't die. Pretty simple. It is that simple. All he had to do was pull over and listen. Quit trying to run over our law enforcement and you stay alive. Looking at the scene.
Pretty simple. Didn't I say that? Pretty simple. Pretty simple. If he was a citizen, he would have been able to get arrested, call his wife, bail out. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple, right? That's all you had to do. Call your wife, bail out. Let me see what else I got on the Houston thing. Let me see. I got some. What else I got? Houston. I got 1 hour ago. Let me see. Similar. Yep. A fatal shooting in Houston. Faces of a familiar test of credibility. So let's see what we got in Houston. immigration officer engaged the president national. But while there indeed the recent incident involving Lorenzo, 52-year-old man shot and unalive by immigration officer in Houston Tuesday, has garnered extreme scrutiny and skepticism over immigration and custom enforcement's apparent rush to defend those involved. And with little apparent evidence beyond the conflicting accounts of those who were at the scene, the incident has become the latest test y'all know that word, test for how the general public interprets official claims made by the agency. Scant evidence and competing narratives. Videos from the incident obtained by CNN show unmarked SUVs following Salgado van prior to fatal shooting. Immigration agents involved in the Trump nationwide sweep typically use roving fleets, unmarked vehicles, including rental cars. Video show moments before fatal ICE shooting in Houston. Seven. All right. This is a video before the shooting in Houston. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. It's a video before the shooting occurred in Houston. So multiple ICE shootings. This is a shooting in Houston. And then we also have the shooting in Maine.
Of the immigration operation. Federal officials.
ICE involved shootings, multiple ICE.
52-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was fatally shot by ICE agents on July 7th in Houston, Texas. A source with preliminary details about the incident told CNN that he was not the target of the immigration operation. Federal officials' version of what led to the shooting is, quote, false, says an attorney who represents 2 of the 3 men who were in Salgado Araujo's van and also detained that morning.
Let me tell you about my father's last day alive. At 5:50, my dad got dressed, grabbed his lunch and coffee, hugged and kissed my mom goodbye, slipped on his hat for the day, loaded his lunch, his work boots, his coffee in his work van. He patted our dog on his head goodbye and drove off to pick up his crew for work.
In a video taken at 6:46 a.m., Salgado Araujo's white van is seen on Wayside Drive and then turning onto Canal Street while a black SUV appears to follow. At 6:47 a.m., Salgado Araujo can be seen driving on Canal Street while a black SUV drives near him on the left side. Seconds later, another black SUV drives through a parking lot of a nearby shopping center in his direction. It's unclear what time Salgado Araujo was shot. The video captured by a Houston resident at 6:48 a.m. shows him on the ground suffering a gunshot wound. In a statement to CNN, an ICE spokesperson said agents tried to conduct a traffic stop. The agency says Salgado Araujo refused to follow several verbal commands and rammed into one of its law enforcement vehicles.
My clients reiterated that at no point was there ever an agent standing in front of the vehicle, nor was an agent ever placed in the line of danger. That is simply false, and I believe my clients are telling the truth.
The Department of Homeland Security's Office of the Inspector General is investigating the shooting, according to ICE. The FBI's Houston field office is also investigating the alleged assault on a federal law enforcement officer, the agency said in a statement. CNN has reached out to DHS for additional information.
Very sad, man. Very sad, man. Very sad, man. Just comply and you will not die, man. Just All right, all right, all right. Let's go to the next segment. Let's go to the next segment. Let's go to the next segment. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody in the building. Let's go to the next segment. Let's go to the next segment. Let's go to the next segment. We're going to go to, y'all want to go, let's go Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham, let's go Lindsey Graham. And Hormuz, we can go straight to Hormuz. Lindsey Graham, let's go straight to Hormuz. Trump claims Hormuz. Now, I predicted, somebody in the chat said they want to know my opinion on the Iran war. Let's get into the Iran update. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Come on in. Let's get into the Iran update. Let's get into the Iran update. President Trump and the MOU is done. Ceasefire is done. Iran update. President Trump claims the Straits of Hormuz. This is what I wanted him to do. This is what MAGA predicted. This is what we already said. Trump was going to claim the Strait, but I said let's not even negotiate. Let's not even negotiate until 2027. That's what I said. Let's not even negotiate until 2027. Double tap at the like button. Let's not even negotiate until 2027. I say I stick with that. I stick with that. Woo, man, that thumbnail look good. Man, that thumbnail look good, man. Oh, man, y'all treating me right with the likes today, man. I like how y'all doing me today, man. Let's everybody watch it right now. Get the likes up, man. Great day. We moving through the podcast. So beautiful. So beautiful. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We're going to go into the Iran update. 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 Everybody get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. It's Mega MAGA Monday, man. Get the likes up, get the likes up. Mega MAGA Monday, man. Get the likes up, get the likes up. Make sure you vote. Let's look at the poll. Make sure y'all vote. Let me get a goal going. Let's get a goal. Let's get a goal going. Let's start the goals right now. Let's get a goal going. All right. Make sure y'all vote in the poll. I know I put a poll up. I don't see my poll. All right. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Trump claims the Straits of Hormuz. Trump claims the Straits of Hormuz. I believe it's regime change. How many people believe it's regime change? I believe it's regime change. Not only do I believe it's regime change, now, it's a lot to talk about. So last week when I talked about this Iran update, what I talked about was the fact that Trump had made these actions while he was in a Turkish hotel room. So Trump went to Ankara. Trump went to Turkey. We had a NATO summit. We told Spain we're not going to do business with Spain. We got an update on that. Spain bowed. Spain bended the knee, said they're going to give the money to NATO. Spain haven't been paying their fair share. But Spain's still on our shit list, right? So Trump put Spain on the shit list. Trump put Spain on the shit list. So Spain on the shit list. And when he was there, he basically crowned the president of Turkey like basically the power broker in the Middle East. If you've been paying attention to geopolitics, if you understand the Abraham Accords and the recent changes that the Trump administration made to the Abraham Accords. So one of the things to bring is that the fact that Trump, while Trump was in Turkey, there was also an attempt on his life. Iranians according to Israel intel, that Iranians were trying to attempt to take out Trump while he was in Turkey. Now, this is why I was so proud of Trump, and I said it was so badass. If you go watch my videos from last week, and this is Mega Maga Monday, double tap at the like button, man. I said Trump is a bad man. I said Trump is a bad man. Trump is doing this from Turkey. Turkey is an Islamic country. Turkey is a front to Israel. Turkey wants to take over Jerusalem. Turkey would be empathetic to Iran and previously was empathetic to Iran. So the fact that Trump was in Turkey bombing Iran, bombing Khark Island, to me, that was huge. Contextually, that was huge, right? I said Trump is a bad man. Come to find out, the reason why Trump is such a bad man is the proximity, right? Is the fact that he was doing this in Turkey, where he could have been, I don't know, what's the right word? This is the safest place for our president. And because we had word from Israeli intel, Mossad, Trump did not fly back in the same plane when he flew to Turkey, just to be sure, because Iran had been saying all this cash shit after the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini, where I reminded you, if you watch my shorts, that his son did not show up to the funeral, and his son has not said anything. But they report that there's a death, they got this death warrant out for Trump. And this is all I want to say. The guy Mario, he talks a lot about Iran. There's a lot of people saying, when you get into when you get into Lindsey Graham and you get into Iran, you know what I'm saying? People saying that Iran won. This is what I say. They're scared to come outside. Y'all know that song? They scared to come outside. If you won the war, you ain't scared to come outside. Okay? On many reports, Iran has said they don't want to show the brand new supreme leader. They are afraid to show the new Ayatollah because Trump will be able to track him and kill him. That's not a winner. That's not a winner. You know what a winner is? A winner is someone who comes to your backyard. So while you are hiding, while the new Ayatollah Khomeini didn't even come to his father's funeral, Trump is in Turkey bombing you. He's right across the street, talking shit and bombing Khark Island. And we got a brand new shipping route. And we got brand new soldiers in the area. And like I said, it's fuck Iran to 2027. Like I said, it's fuck Iran to 2027. Double tap hit the like button. Let's get into it. Trump takes the Straits of Hormuz. Double tap hit the like button. They scared to come outside. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you going to say they won. How they won if they scared to come outside? That's all I want to know. How did they win if they scared to come outside? You ain't won shit. If you're scared to come outside, they're scared to come outside. Double tap hit the like button. President Trump says, we are claiming the Straits of Hormuz. President Trump says, we are claiming the Straits of Hormuz. We will control the Straits of Hormuz, and we will be charging a 20% toll. How much? So this started off with them talking about they gonna charge a toll. Y'all remember that? This started off with them talking about they gonna charge a toll. That's what they said. They gonna charge a toll. They said they gonna charge a toll, and then what happened? They ain't charged shit. And now what's happening is the President Trump said he's taking over the Straits of Hormuz. He's gonna charge a toll. We're controlling it. Basically, Iran is locked out. This is like a corporate takeover. Iran is locked out. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at the Straits of Hormuz like a corporation. That's what I would do. Look at the Straits of Hormuz like a corporation, and Iran is now locked out, right? Iran is now locked out. Trump just laid out a brutal truth about Iran. Mainstream media is too afraid to talk about. Let's take a look at this right now. Trump just laid out a special truth.
The Strait. It only gave Iran 60 days of policing rights, and it looked.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it.
Ask the obvious question. This is what you need to be thinking about. Why would Iran torch a deal that good? Because the memorandum never actually settled
who runs the strait. It only gave Iran 60 days of policing rights, and it looks like Trump played them. So during the truce that's been established in this last ceasefire, the U.S. and Oman have quietly revived an old abandoned shipping lane along Oman's coast. The strait's original main channel before 1979 was this shipping route, but it got shelved for decades after the Iranian Revolution. So ceasefire happens. We went in, we demined it. We got the UN Shipping Authority to bless it. We put our Navy on it, and we reopened it to full tanker traffic. And this is a route that Iran can't toll and they can't control. And now, ceasefire is still going, but most of the global traffic is already running through this alternative shipping lane, which leaves Iran nothing left to police and nothing left to reclaim. Now, you might be thinking, I don't get it. Like, what's the whole point of this? If missiles can still hit ships, no matter which lane they're in, what did building the corridor actually get us? Here's the answer. Before that corridor was revived, Iran controlled the shipping lane in 3 ways. Legally, they were the only party who could grant passage through their sovereign territory. Physically, they owned the infrastructure that the ships had to use. So those are 2. But once the U.S. and Oman built a working alternative that didn't need Iran's permissions or their infrastructure, the only thing that they had left at their disposal for leverage was force. Actual missiles, actual drones, and actual violence. Which means we didn't build that corridor for a safe passage from Iran. We built the corridor to put them in a corner, right? So sit back, quietly lose control forever, or pick up a weapon and prove to the entire world that you're monsters by attacking commercial ships in Oman's sovereign territory.
4D chess. 4D chess. Trump does it again. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody come in. We talking about Trump taking over the Straits of Hormuz. MOU's done. Ceasefire is done. We have a brand new corridor. I said Trump has been stealing the oil. Trump revealed a secret saying he's been taking oil out of Karg Island in the Straits of Hormuz, millions of barrels every day since February 28th. You might have said last week when I said that doesn't sound feasible or plausible. Now you learn about this brand new corridor off the coast of Oman in Oman's territory. And their what's the word they're using? In their sovereign, Oman's sovereign territory, we have a brand new shipping route. It used to be an old shipping route before Iran took over the straits. Now that America, double tap hit the like button, everybody. Now that America is running the Straits of Hormuz, we don't need Iran infrastructure and their shipping routes. We have brand new shipping routes off the coast of Oman in their indigenous, their land. So if they bomb that, it's all out war. Double tap at the like button. Hey, ain't no more negotiation with Iran. I called it. Double tap at the like button.
Fourth, with struggle for control over the Strait of Hormuz, has Iran once again firing on its neighbors. Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait all took fire. The Kuwait is saying that border crossings, even an oil rig were hit out there. There's been a lot of social media traffic suggesting that U.S. service members were injured in Kuwait. Those reports are not true. But this follows another round of U.S. strikes inside of Iran. There may be some fresh reporting today about new strikes. The U.S. says everything from missile launching.
Agreed to a deal yesterday, a perfect deal for us. No nuclear, no this, no that, no nothing. They gave up everything. And then after that, they left the room. And then within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship.
As far as the plot to assassinate President Trump, as relayed by Israeli intelligence, the U.S. Secret Service issued a statement. While we do not confirm or comment on intelligence matters, we consume information on a global level to effectively execute our protective operations.
So like I said, Trump did not go home on the same plane that he went there with. Double tap hit the like button because of the intel that we got from Israel. Trump is taking over the Straits of Hormuz. Trump is taking over the Straits of Hormuz. Double tap, hit the like button. Trump has said we're going to charge 20%. We take breaking news. President Trump announced the U.S. will run the Straits of Hormuz, and we're going to charge 20%. We got brand new pipelines going through there. We got brand new shipping routes. Double tap hit the like button. America wins. How the Democrats, how the liberals going to spin this? Please tell me, liberal, how you going to spin this?
Look, we have them in the run. Most of their equipment is gone. Their anti-aircraft stuff is gone. We hit them very hard last night. Every time they send a drone, we hit them very hard. But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the Strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the Strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the Strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. You know, we guarded the Strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, they wouldn't. It's amazing. It's we never made. We guarded it for nothing, and now we're going to guard it. And we're going to get paid for guarding it, a lot of money. But we just want to be reimbursed for doing all of this, for putting our people in danger. But we're really not putting people, we're really saving people. Remember this, they killed 52,000 protesters so far, as of this moment.
Remember when Iran was saying they want money? This is how quickly things change. Did you hear Trump? Trump just said we want to be reimbursed. Trump just said we want to be reimbursed. Trump has said we are taking over the Straits of Hormuz, and we're going to be charging 20%. We are taking over the Straits of Hormuz, and we're going to be charging 20%. That's what's going on right now. We're taking over the Straits of Hormuz. We're going to be charging 20%. Let's take a look at what's going on. This is new footage from sitcom dropped as the U.S. military deployed unmanned surface vessel to obliterate Bandar Abbas naval base port in Iran. So when you see a lot of propaganda coming from Iran, but what you don't see is the facts on the ground. Pete Hegseth, Department of War, Pete Hegseth, baby, and President Trump. Take a look at the top of your screen. Look at this unmanned drone coming in. This is what we're doing to Iran right now. Double tap hit the like button. You see the unmanned drone? You see the unmanned drone? This footage is released by the White House. This is White House footage. CENTCOM released this footage. This is not from some social media. This is from CENTCOM from the White House. So they can show
a fresh round of strikes against Iran in an attempt to counter Tehran's aggression in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go live to Tel Aviv where Mike Tobin has the details. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Lawrence. The latest in the back and forth with struggle for control over the Strait of Hormuz has Iran once again firing on its neighbors. Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait all took fire. The Kuwait is saying that border crossings, even an oil rig were hit out there. There's been a lot of social media traffic suggesting that U.S. service members were injured in Kuwait. Those reports are not true. But this follows another round of U.S. strikes inside of Iran. There may be some fresh reporting today about new strikes. The U.S. says everything from missile launching sites to maritime locations that Iran was using to menace shipping in the Strait were hit. Dozens of targets were hit by land-based and sea-based fighter jets. Guided missiles were fired from ships in the area. This latest round of airstrikes came after Iran fired on a Cyprus-flagged cargo ship crossing the Strait. It was traveling outside of the route designated by Iran and following the route encouraged by the U.S. One sailor is now missing and the ship was disabled. President Trump says Iran triggered this round of violence.
Do you agree? President Trump says Iran triggered this round of violence. I agree. They broke the MOU, ceasefire over. President Trump is saying now we control the Straits of Hormuz and we're going to be charging the 20%. We charging 20% on Iran. We charging 20%. This is one of the drone boats. Technology we probably got from Ukraine. This is one of the drone boats that blew up. This is one of the drone boats that went and blew up Iran. This is what we fighting with over there. Double tap, hit the like button. Fighting has reoccurred back in Iran. Multiple targets have been hit. Multiple targets have been hit. And Trump is saying we're taking over the Straits of Hormuz and we're charging 20%. We're taking over the Straits of Hormuz and we're charging 20%. Double tap hit the like button. I just played a video from Jillian Michaels talking about a brand new shipping route off the coast of Oman, where now we control the shipping and we don't have to use double tap. We don't have to use Iran's infrastructure to get ships out of the strait. Right now, we're taking over the strait. We're closing the strait. Now, what I said is we want to keep the straits closed. I said we want to keep the straits closed until 2027. I said we don't want to negotiate with Iran. And we want to go ahead and tell the American people to go and have a good holiday season. We want the American people to go have a good holiday. I want people to go trick-or-treat, buy candy, let your kids get fat off candy. I want people to go buy turkeys. I want the American people to get full off of turkeys, right? I want the American people to spend way too much money on their kids for Christmas, right? And then maybe we come back. I say maybe we come back and negotiate, right? I say maybe we come back and negotiate in 2027, right? Because the American people have the right to do that. Since liberal media wants to say that the Americans lost, that Trump lost, I say fine. I say let Americans go celebrate their holiday season, right? We got to get ready to go back to school. I'll say we let the kids go trick or treat, right? I say we go have our fat Thanksgiving Day turkey, MAGA America. Mega Monday. Y'all watching Mega Monday on Purpose of a Podcast. I say we keep the straits closed. I say we keep the straits closed throughout the holiday season. I say we stay there. I say we use the new route that we have in Oman. I say we keep the Straits of Hormuz closed. I say we starve out Iran, we starve out Cuba, and maybe we negotiate in January 2027 if there's anybody left to negotiate with. Maybe we negotiate in January 2027 if there's anybody left to negotiate with after the Americans celebrate the birth of Jesus and the Thanksgiving holiday.
It was all done, and then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like. And they're wired differently, and we're not going to put up with it. We are just going forward. We're attacking them tonight. We're taking out all of their capability for anything having to do with the Strait, with the Hormuz Strait. And I think in the end, we will end up just controlling the whole thing. And what they're doing is being very foolish, very stupid, and they've treated people horribly. They've killed 52,000 protesters so far that we can determine. It might be more than that, but 52,000 protesters have been killed. And it's really a terrible situation. But we'll have. It was all done, and then they broke up.
So I believe, in case you didn't know, somebody in the chat said Trump is playing 5D chess. What's been happening this whole time throughout these MOUs and ceasefire? What has been happening is we have been putting more and more men and more tankers and more ships and more. We're drawing down troops in Germany. So every ceasefire, every MOU, when Trump says 30 days, 60 days, you know what that's actually is? That's the amount of time that we need to get certain tankers and vehicles in the region. So it's never truly a ceasefire. It's never truly a MOU. All it is logistics on behalf of Trump, who's playing, like in the chat, 5D, 4D chess. Oh, ceasefire. How many days do we need? Department of Hegesef. How many days Department of War do we need to get the George Bush and to get the rest of these? We need another 30 days, sir, to get the. Okay, well, let's tell them we'll do a ceasefire for 30 days. You know what I'm saying? That's President Trump. That's what he's been doing the whole time. And what you haven't known is behind the scenes, people like me are paying attention to that how much tonnage. That's why I ask every time, how long will it take for America to withdraw from the region now that we have so much of a presence there? We have enough presence there to control the straits. People don't understand how much we haven't had this many American soldiers, tonnage, and aircraft carriers in the region for over 20 years. Since the first Iraq war, we've never had this much available in the region. So what's going on right now is I don't believe we're going to leave. And I said this. I've been saying this the whole time. We're not leaving. How long will it take us to leave? And how long will they last? I believe the American people are going to have a great holiday season. I believe the American people are going to have a great holiday season, right? American people are going to have a great holiday season, and then nothing's going to be left in 2027. Nothing is going to be left in 2027. There will be nobody to negotiate with. Donald Trump takes the Straits of Hormuz. Donald Trump says, ceasefire over, we own the Straits of Hormuz.
It was all done, and then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like. And they're wired differently, and we're not going to put up with it. We are just going forward. We're attacking them tonight. We're taking out all of their capability for anything having to do with the Strait, with the Hormuz Strait. And I think in the end, we will end up just controlling the whole thing. And what they're doing is being very foolish, very stupid, and they've treated people horribly. They've killed 52,000 protesters so far that we can determine. It might be more than that, but 52,000 protesters have been killed, and it's really a terrible situation. But we'll have, it was all done, and then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like.
It's done. It's done. There is no more deal. There is no more peacemaking. There is no more deal. There is no more peacemaking. We are done making deals. We are done with the peacemaking. We are getting down with the get down. We are sending in unmanned boats. We are blowing up. I got footage from sitcom right now. New sitcom just dropped badass footage of the U.S. military deploying unmanned surface vessels to obliterate Bandar naval base port in Iran, marking the first time American forces have employed sea drones in combat operations. Using multiple one-way attack surface drones, sitcom forces successfully struck a submarine and ship maintenance facility in Iran. 3 Qasir unmanned surface vessels hit the port at Bandar naval base. Last night's strikes degraded Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial shipping. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Somebody said they wanted an Iran update. Here's an update for your ass. Here's an update for your ass. Look at the unmanned ship coming in. Brand new, first time in history. Breaking news, everybody. Breaking news. First time, Pete Hegseth, Department of War, the Navy has used an unmanned drone. Bam! 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 Breaking news, Department of War, Pete Hegseth, Iran
Conducting a fresh round of strikes against Iran in an attempt to counter Tehran's aggression in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go live to Tel Aviv where Mike Tobin has the details. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Lawrence. The latest in the back and forth with struggle for control over the Strait of Hormuz has Iran once again firing on its neighbors. Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait all took fire. The Kuwait is saying that border crossings, even an oil rig were hit out there. There's been a lot of social media traffic suggesting that U.S. service members were injured in Kuwait. Those reports are not true. But this follows another round of U.S. strikes inside of Iran. There may be some fresh reporting today about new strikes. The U.S. says everything from missile launching sites to maritime locations that Iran was using to menace shipping in the Strait were hit. Dozens of targets were hit by land-based and sea-based fighter jets. Guided missiles were fired from ships in the area. This latest round of airstrikes came after Iran fired on a Cyprus-flagged cargo ship crossing the Strait. It was traveling outside of the route designated by Iran and following the route encouraged by the U.S. One sailor is now missing and the ship was disabled. President Trump says Iran triggered this round of violence.
I agree. Double tap at the like button. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that Iran triggered this round of violence. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that Iran is the aggressor and triggered this round. We had a deal. We had a deal, and then they had a funeral. What y'all might say, what led up to this? Well, they had a funeral. And this is the result.
On your side when it comes to Iran and the threat, them not having a nuclear weapon. It looks like they're back at their business trying to take over the Strait. What's your response?
Well, we're taking over the Strait. They have nothing. They've got nothing. So something that nobody knows. Yesterday, they had an 11-hour meeting. Everything's 11 hours with these guys. You know, you can't settle a one sentence in 1 hour and 1 minute. It should be 1 minute. and everything was agreed to yesterday. And they leave the room, and they call back, and they say, we had to make a couple of changes. I said, changes? They got to make changes? We're not going to make changes. Always changes. They just, they're professional negotiators. That's all they are. I don't even call them good at it. They haven't gotten anything. They got nothing from me. But if you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents. Every president got tapped along, didn't do anything, and they became more and more powerful.
What do you guys think in the chat? Is Trump right for the invasion? What do you guys think in the chat? Is Trump right for escalating? I'm behind Trump. Is Trump right for the escalation? I'm behind Trump. We escalate in. We're escalating in we are escalating in Iran. They break the MOU. They break the ceasefire. Now, I said last week what's behind them breaking the MOU, what's behind breaking the ceasefire. They played audio of the Iranians trying to take over commercial ships. And it did not, to me, sound like that these were soldiers. It sounded like it was piracy. And I said, what's happening is, like the secretary said, Scott, the soldiers have not been paid. The Iranian soldiers are starving. Their wives and children are starving. They've resulted to piracy. And that's why they attack those commercial ships, because they need the food. They need the food and they need the resources. So now they're resorting to piracy because they cannot get anything through the straits. They have resorted to piracy because they can't get anything through the straits. So they attack commercial ships after the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. They buried like 4 people, including a baby. Another thing I said about the funeral in Iran is that was a missed opportunity for them to present to the liberals in America and to the global stage that Iran is actually winning the war, and Iran is actually the victors, and they are strong. They have a strong leader and a strong future. There was no leader present at the funeral. There hasn't been no leader present since February 28th. There has been months, and we have not seen the new supreme leader. That is not a winner, everybody. That is not the sign of a winner. Winners are not afraid to come outside. And what Iran has said is they are afraid to show the new supreme leader with fear. Now think about this as you associate winning with Iran. Iran has said they are afraid to show the new supreme leader with fear that the Americans will kill him. Well, damn, that don't sound like they winning to me. That don't sound like they winning to me. If you're afraid that the Americans are going to kill the new supreme leader, that don't sound like a winner to me. I don't hear winning when I hear that. I hear afraid. I hear terrified. That's what I hear. I hear afraid. I hear terrified. What y'all think in the chat? Is Iran afraid? Are they the victors? I don't see how you could call them the victors. I don't see how you could call them the victors, given the truths that I presented today. I don't see how anyone could call them the victors, given the truths I presented to you today. The fact of the matter is, they were not prepared for the invasion, much like Cuba, and now they are forced to deal with the outcome. And like I said, we don't negotiate until 2027, and by the time 2027 arrives, there will be nobody to negotiate with. By the time 2027 arrives, there will be nobody to negotiate with. Double tap at the like button. 40 chats. Donald Trump takes the Straits of Hormuz. We're going to be charging 20%.
Look, we have them in the run. Most of their equipment is gone. Their anti-aircraft stuff is gone. We hit them very hard last night. Every time they send a drone, we hit them very hard. But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the Strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the Strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the Strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. You know, we guarded the Strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, it's amazing. It's we never made. We guarded it for nothing, and now we're going to guard it, and we're going to get paid for guarding it, a lot of money. But we just want to be reimbursed for doing all of this, for putting our people in danger. But we're really not putting people. We're really saving people. Remember this: they killed 52,000 protesters so far, as of this moment.
So we taking over the straits. We're going to be charging 20%. We taking up. President Donald Trump announced the U.S. naval blockade on the Straits of Hormuz is back in effect. And for the first time, the U.S. will charge a 20% toll for each ship allowed to pass. Trump said the payment.
He says for the first time, they're also going to begin charging a 20% toll for the ships that they allow to pass. The president says the payment is in exchange for safety in the strait. However, a few weeks ago, Iran threatened an identical toll, which at the time, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said violated international law. The UN agency tasked with regulation of maritime shipping agreed, saying no country has the power to do that. President Trump had this to say about it.
47 years in a row, they were pushing people around. They're not pushing us around. We're pushing them around.
The renewed blockade and toll announcement comes amid another violent past 24 hours in the region. And it looks like things are going to get worse. Iran says they have no plans of backing down, vowing to avenge the death of the Ayatollah. Earlier this week, the president said peace talks would continue, but neither side appears poised for compromise. Meanwhile, here at home, AAA says the average price of a gallon of gas is $3.87.
Woo!
At the White House, I'm Molly Martinez.
$3.08. How much did you pay for gas this week? Put your state and how much you pay for gas. I say Americans go celebrate a holiday season and Iran could suck wind and maybe we negotiate in 2027 if there's anybody to negotiate with. How much did you pay for gas? President Trump says for the first time we control the Straits of Hormuz and we're going to be charging 20%. And the 20% is because we want to be refunded the money that we spent during this effort. I love President Trump. I love President Trump. He said we need to get back the money that we spent. President Trump, we need to be refunded the money that we spent. And in order to do that, we charging the toll.
It was all done. And then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like. And they're wired differently, and we're not going to put up with it. We are just going forward. We're attacking them tonight. We're taking out all of their capability for anything having to do with the Strait, with the Hormuz Strait. And I think in the end, we will end up just controlling the whole thing. And what they're doing is being very foolish, very stupid, and they've treated people horribly. They've killed 52,000 protesters so far that we can determine. It might be more than that, but 52,000 protesters have been killed. And it's really a terrible situation. But we'll have, it was all done. And then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like.
So again, we take the Straits of Hormuz, we announced the blockade, and the blockade is back in effect. For the first time, the U.S. will charge 20% toll for each ship allowed to pass. Trump said the payment is an exchange for safety in the strait. Weeks early, Iran threatened an identical toll. At the same time, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says such a toll violated international law. The United Nations agency tasked with regulating maritime shipping agreed, saying no country has the power to impose such a charge. Trump addressed the move directly. 47 years in a row, they've pushing people around. They're not pushing us around. We're pushing them around. Double tap at the like button. Conflict intensifies as both sides hold firm. Blockade and toll announcement comes amid another violent 24-hour period in the region. Iran said it has no plans of backing down, vowing to avenge the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. Double tap, hit the like button. Vowing to avenge the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. I said pay attention to that funeral. No one, I mean, I don't know, what was it, the BET Awards? I think it was the BET Awards, but people wasn't paying attention to that funeral. I said pay attention to that funeral. I think it was Drewski at the BET Awards. But I said, what are they saying? I covered the funeral. I don't, and CNN is in Iran. Think about this, y'all. CNN, this is Molly Martinez from the Washington News Bureau. CNN is in Iran, but they don't truly cover the funeral in the way that I analytically covered the funeral. They don't tell the American people that I don't believe that the MOU and the ceasefire will hold, because at the funeral, Iranians were emotionally calling out for the death of Trump and the death of Americans. This is the jihad. This is why I say when we talk about critical race theory, when we talk about DEI, I said the liberals and the Democrats would have been very much better off instead of teaching Americans about slavery that occurred 400 fucking years ago. How about teach Americans the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim? I argue that American children and American electorate would do better learning the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim, and learning what a jihad is, learning what the Ayatollah Khomeini is, how the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power. You know about the Shah because liberal leftists tell you about the Shah, tell you about the CIA installed the Shah. Not enough of you know about who Ayatollah Khomeini was, why he was elected, who the IRGC is. Y'all don't know about the Kurds. You don't know that under the Shah, that there were Christians, Jews, Catholics, and Muslims and Kurds who lived in Iran harmoniously, all under one leader, under the Shah, installed by the MI6, installed by the CIA. Yes, there was hyperinflation. Yes, the Shah was dirty. Yes, the Shah worked with America on oil. That's how Ayatollah Khomeini came to power. But when he came to power, he brought in the IRGC 30 days later. The IRGC is the one who says, no, all women can't drive, can't go to school. All women have to wear hijab. And that's where you get the rebellion. That's where you get the protest, because a Kurdish woman by the name of Marsha Armeni was beat to unalived in the back of a police van for not wearing her hijab properly. I said a Kurdish woman. She wasn't even Muslim. But see, Americans don't understand these nuances of the Iran conflict. They don't know that there were Jews, Iranian Christians, Iranian Catholics. They don't know about the Kurds who are native to Iran, who were persecuted by the IRGC. They don't know that. They just listen to the propaganda. So the Iranian IRGC had a funeral on Monday. And at the funeral, they chanted threats to America, threats to Trump. Now, keep in mind, Trump was in Turkey. So Trump had to take another plane. On the way home, Trump had to take another plane because of the threats. Trump was in Turkey. Trump had to take another plane because of the threats. How many people knew about the threats on Trump's life? Trump was in Turkey bombing Karg Island. Trump was in Turkey bombing Karg Island. Trump was in Turkey bombing Karg Island while they were having a funeral, while they were having their emotional hissy fit, and they tried to assassinate our president. Are you guys been keeping up with the news?
President in danger yesterday. Unanswered questions lingering tonight around his sudden change of aircraft from the new Qatar-built Air Force One that he flew over onto NATO to the old Air Force One last night.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual. Well, yeah, because you're probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleaze bags that we have to deal with.
He says it was so the troops could see the new one. Okay, but the Wall Street Journal is reporting tonight about a new Iranian plot to kill Donald Trump. And that tracks with what the New York Times said and why he switched planes. The Secret Service told Trump.
How many people heard about this? There was a plot to kill Donald Trump. So I tell you that Donald Trump is a bad man. I say Donald Trump is bombing Iran, ceasefire over, MOU over. I said there's context to this, though. When Donald Trump ends the ceasefire, when Donald Trump ends the MOU, he's in Turkey at an Ankara NATO summit. Turkey is an Islamic country who used to be empathetic to Iran and the IRGC. They're Islam. They are simpatico when it comes to how they feel about Israel. The pushback from Bibi Netanyahu with Trump meeting with the Turkish leader is that the Turkish leader is on record saying he is opposed to the existence of Israel as a state. He is opposed to Jerusalem. So everybody was looking with all eyes were focused on Trump and Turkey. Why was all eyes focused on Trump and Turkey? Because Turkey's relationship with Israel. And everybody said America invaded Iran for Israel. But it does not track when you look at Trump sitting next to the Turkish leader, knowing that he has said many times he does not agree that Israel should be a state, or he does not agree that Jerusalem is the capital. So keep that in mind. So Donald Trump is in Turkey. Donald Trump is at a NATO summit. Donald Trump is the MOU. Donald Trump is the ceasefire and starts to bomb Iran and Kharg Island from an Islamic country. I said he's a bad man. I said he's a bad man. I said Donald Trump starts to bomb Iran, ends the ceasefire from an Islamic country. And what, lo and behold, I said, do you guys understand the context that Donald Trump, he's in Turkey. He's not in the White House. He's not at Camp David. Typically, a president, they would get Donald Trump out of Turkey. If we were going to start bombing Iran again, typically, but it was a NATO summit. It wasn't done. There was a lot of work to do at the NATO summit, but typically you would get Trump out of Turkey and you would get Trump to Camp David before you initiated strikes on Iran. You make sure the president is secure and safe at Camp David. But Donald Trump initiated strikes while still in the Middle East, in Turkey of all places. And come to find out, while he was there, they tried to assassinate him. Let's go to details. Donald Trump, when he was in Turkey, he ended the MOU and the ceasefire, but he had to take a different plane back. Now, when you listen to this report, Donald Trump flew to Turkey on a new Air Force One jet that was built by Qatar. When he went back home, he chose not to fly on the jet built in the Middle East and instead opted to fly on the old jet that was built in America. Double tap at the like button.
President in danger yesterday. Unanswered questions lingering tonight around his sudden change of aircraft from the new Qatar-built Air Force One that he flew over onto NATO to the old Air Force One last night.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was well, yeah, because you're, probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleaze bags that we have to deal with.
He says it was so the troops could see the new one. Okay, but the Wall Street Journal is reporting tonight about a new Iranian plot to kill Donald Trump. And that tracks with what the New York Times said and why he switched planes. The Secret Service told Trump not to take the Qatari-gifted Air Force One home from Turkey.
This plane was rushed into circulation because President Trump wanted to fly on a new Air Force One.
His spokesperson issued a statement today saying that this plane, the new Air Force One, is perfectly great and totally up to the standards, but it's not.
The big unknown here is whether or not this new Qatari gifted jet has the same level of electronic countermeasures that the old Air Force Ones had.
Well, who knows what the truth is, but the White House insists the new Air Force One does have top security features. But again, according to the Times, the older plane has been widely reported to be equipped with a system designed to blind an incoming anti-aircraft missile, along with chaff that could be deployed to mislead a missile and then force it off its course. Well, my first reaction to this is it's not great that the Secret Service, it looks like, is leaking sensitive details to the press, maybe to curry favor, warning, I don't know what it is. But the president, he's well aware of the risks he faces.
I'm number one on the kill list for Iran.
Y'all hear this? So this is a lot of details, a lot of details from last week. Donald Trump went to Turkey. Donald Trump told Turkish leader that there are no longer sanctions on Turkey. He said, Turkey is our friends, despite Turkey's opinion on Israel. I'm going to continue to reiterate that because it's so important, because the media has driven home that there is some type of relationship between Israel and America. Donald Trump goes to Turkey. He didn't want to go to the NATO summit. While at the NATO summit, he says, we are no longer trade partners with Spain. He said, Turkey is our friend. Turkey is the new leader in the Middle East. If you pay attention to the Abraham Accords and this administration's new changes to the Abraham Accords, he's basically putting Turkey in the power position to keep Iran in check. Turkey, like China, could have sided with Iran. Turkey, like China, could have sided with Iran. First things first, Donald Trump, as soon as he lands in Ankara, Turkey says, Turkey is our friends. No more sanctions on Turkey. No more sanctions. F-35 jets. Turkey has 5 F-35 jets that they want. They got them. Turkey has access to the F-35 jet program. No more sanctions, and Turkey gets the F-35 jets. Turkey is our friend. Despite Turkey saying they do not believe Israel is a state, Turkey does not believe Jerusalem is the capital. Despite Turkey's opinion on Israel and Jerusalem, we have made a pact, an agreement, a friendship, and we have lifted sanctions. While at the summit, Iran had a funeral for the Ayatollah Khomeini and all of the leadership. 7 people were buried, including a child. On Monday, there was a funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini. While Trump was in Turkey, they had the funeral. 7 people were buried, including a child. At the funeral, they chanted, "Death Trump, death to Trump, death to America." Next thing you know, Trump does not fly home. Now, Trump just celebrated the 4th of July with us in America. The day after the 4th of July, he flies to Turkey for the NATO summit, where he gives an ultimatum to NATO and tells Spain to kick rocks. He flies to Turkey in a brand new Air Force One jet gifted to him by Qatar. How much of this do you know? If you watch the liberals don't talk about details. The liberal, you could go watch. There's a liberal black bitch on YouTube right now. That black bitch don't know shit about details. That black bitch don't know shit about what she talking about. How many of you knew that Qatar just gifted the president a brand new plane? See, the liberals don't care because the liberals just put on makeup and, call me, debate me. But they don't know shit about shit. So Trump is in Turkey at a NATO summit reading Spain the Riot Act, reading Macron in Canada the Riot Act. He is the bombing. He is the ceasefire. He is the MOU. He bombs Karg Island, takes the oil. But what I'm asking you is, how many Americans knew that the Air Force One that President Trump flew there on was gifted to him by Qatar? And because we had intel from Mossad, everybody in the chat knows Mossad, but why don't you know Mossad today? It's always Israel this, Israel that. Where is the Israel today? Well, Donald Trump had intel from Israel and Mossad, real allies, not intel from Macron, not intel from France, because they don't give a fuck about Trump in America. Donald Trump got intel from Israel that there was an assassination plot. So they did not fly home on the Qatari gifted jet. That is big, you guys. Donald Trump did not fly home on the Qatari gifted jet. I didn't even know Air Force One was I didn't even know. I didn't even know Qatari gave Trump an Air Force One jet. How many of you knew that? I didn't know that. There's so much to unpack geopolitically what's going on. Somebody, KJ said, you knew? What did you know, KJ? Did you know to wipe your ass today, KJ? Did you know to wipe your ass today? Shout out to my brother Alonzo Hall. Wipe ass. This is how you wipe ass, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you wipe ass, ladies and gentlemen. Let me wipe my ass real quick. Whoop, woo-hoo. That's how you wipe ass, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? That's how you wipe ass, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? That's how you wipe ass, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you wipe ass, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye. I'll make you go bye-bye. Just like that. That's how you wipe ass. That's how you wipe ass, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you wipe ass. Make sure you wipe your ass today, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you wipe your ass today and wash your feet and wipe your ass before you come in my chat. Double tap hit the like button before you come in my chat. Before you come in my chat. Because I know I'm giving out good information, but if you don't like it, go watch that liberal black bitch just look pretty and don't know what the fuck she talking about. There's a liberal black bitch you can go watch right now who don't know shit about what I'm teaching you. Who don't know shit about the MOU, who don't know shit about the Straits of Hormuz, who don't know shit about this Qatar gifted plane, who don't know shit about the murder plot, who don't know shit about the Ayatollah Khomeini and his son, I believe, who's not alive. I believe he's not alive. I believe there is no leadership. There is no more leadership in Iran. I believe there is no more leadership in Iran. Go watch that liberal black bitch then. Go watch that liberal black bitch then. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Go watch that liberal black bitch and keep your stupidity. Because that's all Americans want to do is reinforce their stupidity. They don't want to hear real facts. They don't want to hear breaking news. Shit you ain't never heard before. You want to reinforce your TDS. Well, go over there and reinforce your TDS. Go over there and reinforce your TDS. Go over there and reinforce your TDS. I'm going to keep spitting these facts. I'm going to keep spitting these facts. Y'all go over there and reinforce your TDS. I'm going to keep spitting these facts. See, the liberals think they're ignorant simply because you don't like Trump. They think they're allowed to be ignorant. Well, I don't care if he lives anyway. So you're allowed to be ignorant. No, your ignorance makes you not able to have this conversation. You know what I want to say to all you liberals? Go sit at the children's table. Your ignorance makes you a child. And I'm not infantilizing you anymore. You need to go sit at the children's table. These conversations are above your mentality, your ideology, and your pay grade. Go sit at the children's table. Go sit at the children's table. You have no idea how important these issues are. And it's so obvious when you hear the liberal. They have no idea about the oppressed people in Iran and how it affects Christianity globally. And I don't think they care because they've sniffed the juice and all they care about is the transgender. See, that was part of the transgender LGBTQ play. And this is what this is what old school people said before COVID, and they took out a lot of the old school people. That LGBTQ gay shit was the diminished Christianity in America and globally. So when people attack Christians, no one cares. No one stands up and fights and says America is a Judeo-Christian country and we fight for Christians. In Africa, like Trump when he bombed at Christmas time. Does anybody remember when Trump did that bomb in Africa? When they were killing Christians? I think it was some Somalian, some Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. We got Islamic terrorists in Somalia too. Al-Shabaab. Who remembers when Trump bombed the Africans for killing Christians? And then again, but the liberals will come out and say, you have no right to do that. But that was part of the gay agenda. That was part of the trans gay agenda to get you to not love your Christian heritage, your Christian country, and stop believing in American Christian values. And when Iran in the IRGC starts killing Christians, you don't care. You just say Iran has the ability to be Iran without ever caring about the fact what the IRGC was doing was killing Christians. Catholics, Jews, oppressing non-Muslim peoples. And I never hear that conversation on CNN. I never hear the conversation on CNN. In God we trust. I never hear any love or appreciation for our American Judeo-Christian values. Never. But that was the gay agenda, so that we don't celebrate the holidays the same way. We don't talk about God and Jesus the same way. We don't talk about Christianity the same way. So it's all good when Iranians kill Christians. Michael said, I remember. Michael said, I remember. It was on Christmas, and then Donald Trump put out a hell of a truth social. Y'all remember? Donald Trump put out a hell of a truth social. Said, I woke up and I said, they want to bomb Christians, huh? So I'm a send them a bomb as a Christmas present. How many remember Donald Trump bombed those Islamic terrorists who were killing Christians, slaughtering Christians in Africa? Man, this is really my job, bro. That's why I talk that shit. That's why I say go watch that black bitch liberal who don't know what the fuck she talking about. Because I know they don't know these facts. They just come up with their TDS out of their fucking ass. But when I say to people, hey, and this wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long ago. Christmas, it wasn't that long ago. Do you remember when Donald Trump bombed those people for killing Christians? Just to give context to what we're doing in Iran. Just to give context to what we're doing in Iran. People don't understand. People don't care. People don't understand. People don't care. I wish, instead of teaching slavery, instead of DEI, would you teach Americans the difference between Shia and Sunni? Everybody knows about slavery, bro. We done with the infantilizing of black people. Stop going back to slavery. Stop going back to Jim Crow. We tired of that shit, bro. Slavery and Jim Crow ain't got shit to do with Iranians killing Christians and Jews, killing gays and women. We have to come to 2026 with some of these issues. Everybody knows about slavery. They seen the movies, bro. But they don't know what a Shia Muslim is. They don't know what a Sunni Muslim is. They don't know what's going on in Iran. They don't know about the religious zealots that believe that Americans should die. They don't know what a jihad is. They don't know that they've killed Christians in the name of Allah. That they bomb and kill themselves, that if they would have got uranium and a nuclear weapon, they would bomb you and kill you in the name of Allah. There's not enough discussion. Why is it critical race theory? What the fuck relevance? Why critical race theory in 2026? Why would you teach kids about slavery now? What relevance does slavery have in 2026? I'm saying teach them how to go to the bank. Teach them politics. Teach them what a Shia and a Sunni Muslim. Teach them what their world is today. What is the relevance in their world today for slavery? Critical race theory. We want to spend money. This is the USAID. This is why we shut down USAID. We want to talk to you about trans rights. We want to talk to you about slavery. We don't want to know about slavery. We want to talk about trans rights. Will you educate the American people on why Iran wants to kill them? Will you teach the American people the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim? Please. Please. They tried to kill our president, bro. They tried to kill our president, bro.
Restarting that blockade on Iranian ports. This is a big escalation. And it comes as we're getting yet another warning from the president. Guess what? More strikes, he says, are coming tonight. Listen to what he said in just the last maybe 60 minutes.
We're going to hit them very hard tonight. And we're going to hit them hard tomorrow. And there's not a damn thing they can do about it. They have nothing. They have nothing going other than they have big mouths.
It comes as U.S. Central Command says its forces will block ships again starting at 4 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. The president announced that blockade earlier today. Remember, we haven't been in this position. Like, there hasn't been this kind of thing for a little bit. He says that the U.S., that America is the, quote, guardian of the Strait of Hormuz. And he says the U.S. is going to get a cut, reimbursed 20% on cargo that comes through it. The president's threatening more attacks after both sides exchanged strikes over the weekend. You're seeing some video of that here. Central Command saying it hit multiple Iranian naval and missile sites. The back and forth, guess what? Sending oil prices spiking back up today. U.S. international crude surging something like 10%. On the international side, that's the biggest one-day spike we've seen since the war began. Let me bring in Courtney Huby, who's joining us now. Well, this was a day you got the blockade's back, and now he's going to strike again tonight. What's going on?
Yeah, so the blockade's not surprising. Actually, that's been on the table for about a week now. And that's because it did work in many ways in stopping Iran from getting oil in and out of the Strait of Hormuz.
Finally, liberals admit Trump blocked the straits and it worked, not Iran. Oh, yeah. One more time. One more time. I want to celebrate.
A week now. And that's because it did work in many ways in stopping Iran from getting oil in and out of the Strait of Hormuz.
God, dog, what a day. Oh, that's podcast gold. Gold, I say. Gold in them podcast hills. Because I've been saying it. I said, number one, liberals kept saying, oh, Iran's closed the Straits of Hormuz. No, I equated it to the Cuban blockade. Hello? You know, we went to Venezuela first, 4D chess. The liberals would say Trump didn't know what he was doing, but I always hearken back to Venezuela. And then the Cuba blockade, the Cuba embargo. Iran is suffering in the same way Cuba is suffering. If Iran can't make money from the Straits of Hormuz, there is no Iran. I've always said we keep the straits closed. We keep the straits closed. That's all. I've always said we keep the straits closed. There is nothing in it for us to open the straits. I've always said keep the straits closed. And finally, this is NBC, this is a liberal outlet admitting that when Donald Trump, number one, America had the straits closed. So all you liberals who keep saying Iran won and Iran, nope. Fuck all that. America closed the straits and it won because it stopped Iran from getting oil. But you don't understand Venezuela. You don't understand the unsanctioned oil. You don't understand OPEC. You don't understand crypto, digital currency, the American dollar, how all foreign countries are running back to the American dollar. You don't understand that unsanctioned oil taker off the coast of Venezuela, where that unsanctioned oil from Venezuela was being sold, how it affected the market. You didn't get any of that. Truly, you don't understand this geopolitical debate that we're having. That I'm just being honest, most of you. Truly, you don't get it. You don't get it. But here it is for you from a liberal, Donald Trump and America. We have not only a blockade on Iran, but there is a blockade in Cuba. Cuba, by the time we're done, Cuba will no longer be a communist country. Without one bullet. Not one bullet, not one bomb. When we're done, Cuba, who is right now suffering from an 18-hour blackout, hospitals are closed, universities are closed, and this has been going like this since January. Cuba is completely withering away on the vine. Communism is dying literally in Cuba right now. I said we continue the same in Iran. We continue the blockade of the Straits of Hormuz. And what will happen in Iran is the same thing that happened in Cuba. Americans don't understand what the blockade means. 2,000 ships sitting in that water. What's in those ships? Bandages, saline, antibiotics. In Cuba, the infant mortality rate is skyrocketing. Pregnant women are dying in labor because hospitals cannot give epidurals. They can't do prenatal appointments. They don't have electricity for blood pressure monitors. So infant mortality rates are skyrocketing. Mothers are dying in labor. I told you about the inflation with food and flour in Iran. They don't have flour. They don't have food. They don't have access to flour. Iran is halal. I said Seinfeld. I said my favorite Seinfeld episode was about the kosher bakery, the Jewish kosher bakery and the Jewish bread, the bafklava of the bread, right? Well, Iranians are Muslim. They have halal bread, halal bakeries. They don't have these things anymore. Double tap, hit the like button. So I say we keep the Straits of Hormuz closed, we keep the blockade, we starve them. No, we don't have to bomb. We keep the blockade. No more flour, no more halal. No more halal. How many people understand what the fuck I'm talking about? Halal, Muslim, Islam. They have slaughtered their meat a certain way. Do you guys understand if Trump is bombing and there are no more halal butchers, this is a big deal for Muslims if they can't slaughter the meat a certain way, if they can't process the flour a certain way and produce halal bread? What happens in Iran? The same thing in Cuba. Let's go back to the video. And I love this podcast gold. This is podcast gold, I tell you.
Well, this was a day you got the blockade's back, and now he's going to strike again tonight. What's going on?
Yeah, so the blockade's not surprising. Actually, we've been that's been on the table for about a week now. And that's because it did work in many ways in stopping Iran from getting oil in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. The strikes tonight, I think that's what we really need to be watching for, though, Hallie, because the president, look, sometimes he has this bluster and this bravado in his comments, but at this point, the U.S. military has taken a lot of strikes against coastal facilities and sites around the Strait of Hormuz. And now there is the real possibility that the U.S. could expand that out and start going after locations that are further inside the country of Iran and potentially after additional locations, things like infrastructure, and maybe, as he has even threatened, going after nuclear facilities.
I'm doing something that is so annoying. As you were literally speaking, CENTCOM put out a statement. I have it on my laptop. Hang on. Here it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to read it with you here. I just pulled it up. They posted it, that they began launching the third consecutive night of strikes against Iran. They say these strikes will continue. So it's happening. The strikes that the president previewed that you just laid out, they're happening as we speak, saying that this will, here's the rationale, Cora, and can you kind of decode this as you're pulling this up? I know on your phone too. I'll ask our team to pull it up if we can in the control room. That these strikes will continue imposing a heavy cost on Iranian forces and degrade their ability to attack innocent civilians and commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, so that's the exact same justification and that we have heard for over a week.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
The question is, though, they have taken a lot of strikes against these locations along the coast. So coastal radar sites, anti-ship cruise missiles, drone launching facilities, the kinds of things that are literally threatening commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. And unlike during the ceasefire, when Iran was able to move additional things closer to the coast, they haven't really had the time in the last 7 or 8 days since this really ticked back up again. So the real question now is, are they going to go after things again that are further inland? We saw a little bit of that late last week when they went after a bridge that U.S. CENTCOM said was directly used for military reinforcement of coastal facilities.
Can this still reliably be called retaliation, like accurately be called retaliation when the U.S. is continuing to pound, Iranian targets like this?
They are going to continue to call it retaliation because no one wants to say that this is a return to major combat operations.
Is it a return to major combat operations?
Is it a slow march towards it?
Yes.
Because when the U.S. military is taking strikes every single day, what is that? Now, I will say Iran did fire at least one anti-ship cruise missile and a drone at a commercial ship yesterday. So this is allegedly in response to that.
They attacked 3 ships.
Go look at your emails and your phones and your texts and make some calls. Thank you, Courtney QB. I really appreciate you rolling with that breaking news. Come back in a little bit and share what you know. I know you will. Thanks, Court.
We thank you for.
What y'all think, man? We is bombs over Baghdad. The bombs have started again. The bombs have started again. Pete Hegseth launches task force, the parachute defense leakers. Hegseth announced a new joint task force Monday with Attorney General Todd Blanche to root out any and prosecute government officials leaking sensitive national defense information. The effort follows incidents like a security threat during President Trump's Turkey visit that forced the Air Force One switch in April. In an April report on the missing F-15 crew member in Iran, which Trump said put lives at risk. Supporters see it as a vital protection for troops, while critics call it a threat to press freedom and a point to report faulting Hegseth himself for sharing Yemen strike details on a personal app. The Justice Department emphasizes leakers, not reporters, as targets amid tension between security and First Amendment rights. Double tap, hit the like button. Pete Hegseth. Now, I said the context of this is Donald Trump switched planes. The concept to this is while Donald Trump was in Turkey, a death threat came across. This is very big, because Turkey is an Islamic country. Donald Trump had ended the MOU, ended the ceasefire. So if American media outlets like CNN are leaking information to the Iranians, now remember, CNN is in Iran. Iran has gave CNN permission to be in Iran and broadcast, but CNN, to me, has been broadcasting one-sided, and maybe because they want to remain alive or maybe because they want to remain in Iran. Be that as it may, Trump had to take a different Air Force One jet back home. And now Pete Hegseth is going after the leakers. Qatari jet to Turkey, American jet from Turkey. Pete Hegseth now saying he's going to find out how this keeps happening. Shout out to Pete Hegseth in the Department of War.
As you know, we live in a dynamic and dangerous threat environment where access to and accumulation of closely held information is key to understanding our world. The unauthorized disclosure of sensitive War Department information has the very real potential to cause exceptionally grave damage to our national security and the operational integrity of our armed forces. To leak sensitive national defense information and secrets betrays the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. It's a principle as old as war. And in the United States goes back to the founding of our republic. George Washington himself battled leaks, insider threats, and espionage. When a leak of department information occurs today, it's critical that we provide the Department of Justice and other partners in federal law enforcement, including the FBI, with actionable information as quickly as possible. And that's why the Department of War and the Department of Justice have created a joint task force to identify and prosecute leakers. I'd like to thank Acting Attorney General Blanche for his help in this important project. I'm proud that our departments are working together closer than we have ever before, committing manpower and new resources to protect our warfighters and their operations. To combat the dangers that leaks pose, effective immediately, I have delegated tasking authority to the War Department's Office of General Counsel, empowering OGC to request and receive all information, records, and support across the department concerning media leak investigations. All department components and personnel will prioritize these requests, and any taskings issued by OGC under this authority must receive a full and complete response within 48 hours of issuance. Leaked information risks lives. These new tools and processes will greatly assist us in protecting our joint force. The security of our nation cannot be a bargaining chip for those who seek momentary headlines. Access to confidential and secret information is a sacred trust, and those who betray that trust will be met with the full force of the law. Again, I want to thank Acting Attorney General Blanche and our federal law enforcement partners for working with us on these investigations to protect and safeguard America's national security.
Department of War, Pete Hegseth warns the media about leaks because it puts our president in danger over this NATO summit.
As you know, we live
over this NATO summit. President Trump had to switch planes. President Trump had to switch planes because there was a leaker, and Pete Hegseth said, we're going to go after these leakers. And I am always supporting Pete Hegseth. I think he's doing a great job over there at the Department of War. Shout out to Pete Hegseth. I support Pete Hegseth going after. DOJ launched task force to hunt down leakers betraying U.S. warriors. Secretary Pete Hegseth has announced a joint task force with the Department of Justice to identify and prosecute those leaking sensitive national defense information, framing the leaks as a betrayal. Double tap, framing the leaks as a betrayal that endangers the lives of U.S. warriors. The DOJ says reporters are not the targets of the effort. So don't say this is like a First Amendment thing. This is Pete Hegseth protecting the president. There was another life attempt on our president while he was in Turkey. Double tap, hit the like button. While he was in Turkey, President Trump flew to Turkey on a Qatari gifted jet. Because of the threat and information he received from intel from the Israelis, he did not fly back on that same plane. I am reporting to you today that Donald Trump has said we now own the Straits of Hormuz. We have started escalating. We have unmanned drones blowing up, and we are starting the bombing, including back into the interior. There is no more negotiations. You're hearing it loud and clear here first. There are no more negotiations. We are done negotiating. We will no longer be negotiating. We are done negotiating with Iran. We are now back into the escalation phase, and I am here for it. Let me know in the chat what you think about Trump ending the MOU, ending the ceasefire, and escalating back with Iran. Trump has said we will close the straits and we will charge 20%. We will close the straits and we will charge 20% toll, and the 20% is based on the money that we spent. The 20% is based on the money that we spent and recouping the monies that we've spent. I'm so very proud of Trump and the administration, because there was a time before this where everybody was saying about $300 billion, and they were trying to pick on Pete Hegseth and ask Pete Hegseth about this fund that possibly could have been available to Iran if they followed the peace agreement. Pete Hegseth said that $300 billion wouldn't come from America, and the liberal media ran with that story for a good 5 days. So Trump didn't forget about that. Now Trump has said, since they wanted to talk that shit about J.D. Vance and the $300 billion, that's off the table, by the way, because there is no more MOU. That $300 billion that they sweated J.D. Vance about, off the table, like J.D. Vance said. But Trump says today, we're going to charge a 20% fee.
It's a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard, and we're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait, and we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side, and we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. You know, we guarded the strait for 50 years more. And we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, they wouldn't. It's amazing. It's we never made. We guarded it for nothing, and now we're going to guard it. And we're going to get paid for guarding it, a lot of money. But we just want to be reimbursed for doing all of this, for putting our people in danger.
Is it okay to take trips with friends opposite?
That's it. We're going to be reimbursed. Double tap at the like button. Donald Trump says now America owns the Straits of Hormuz. Excuse me. And we're going to be charging 20% to recoup the effort. And what did I talk about when it comes to Ukraine? ROI. Everybody in the chat. Remember we talked about it last week? ROI, return on investment. Donald Trump is saying we are going to charge a 20% to get our ROI, return on investment. Donald Trump, MOU is over. Ceasefire is over. We're bombing Karg Island. Donald Trump said, I want to bomb Karg Island. I didn't want to do it. I didn't. They made me do it. Donald Trump said, we're bombing. We're going to bomb Karg Island. I said, bomb Karg Island. Don't touch the pipes. Pause. Don't touch my pipe. Don't touch my pipes. Don't touch the pipes. I said bomb Karg Island, but we're gonna keep the oil, so don't touch the pipes. Pause. Bomb Karg Island. I didn't want to do it. I said I won't. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it, but I'm gonna bomb Karg Island. But I said don't touch the pipes because we're keeping the oil. Don't touch the pipes. That's what Donald Trump said. We're gonna bomb Karg Island, but don't touch the pipes because we're keeping the oil. That's what they said. Now, brand new breaking news, what I'm reporting to you today is that there was a death threat on President Trump. So we had to fly home in a different plane. Pete Hegseth sends a warning to the media. Ceasefire is over. Ceasefire is over. MOU is over. First, breaking news, this is the first time we've used an unmanned naval drone. So we got flying drones. They got all kind of drones. But this was the first time when we bombed Iran last night. This was the first time the Navy used an unmanned naval drone. So it was a drone ship that was unmanned, that was flown and really sailed into an Iranian port and blew it up last night. So that's what's going on right now. So what other news that we want to talk about? We'll come back to Iran. I want to talk about I want to give honor and respect and memorandum and memoriam to Lindsey Graham, great politician, passed away, and I want to give respect and honor to a great man, a great politician, great Republican, Lindsey Graham. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's give honor and respect in the chat. God bless the Grahams, his family, all the work he did for the Americans, the Judeo-Christian Foundation of America that I mentioned earlier. Shout out to Lindsey Graham. Let's hear about what took place. Dead at 71. There is some everything is a conspiracy today. Nothing could just happen. Every time somebody passes away, it's conspiracy theory. So Lindsey Graham was most recently in the Ukraine. There is some discrepancy about whether or not Lindsey Graham passed away in the Ukraine in Kiev. I don't know about that. I did do some research on the timeline. The timeline is kind of, but the timeline is what the timeline is, right? So people are speculating that if Lindsey Graham took the flight home that he took there, then it would have took him longer to get home than his time of death. But how do we know if Trump took a different plane and a different route because of threats? It is quite possible that Lindsey Graham took a different route because of the climate that's going on in the Ukraine, in the Middle East. Double tap at the like button. So I do acknowledge the issues with the timeline, but I want to focus on the life and times of Lindsey Graham, a great man. Double tap at the like button.
With Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Pergram. Chad, I awoke to this news just like you did early this morning in the middle of the night, really, and it hit like a Mack truck.
Yeah, it was a sad moment there. You know, I got this call at 2:35 this morning, and we had all been concerned about the health of Mitch McConnell, and I presume that's what it might have been. We don't have a status update on him, but it was unfortunately Lindsey Graham. So this news just absolutely shocked Washington. Graham had just been overseas meeting with Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky. He came back to Washington and died last night after suffering from what his office called, quote, a brief sudden illness. Graham was trying to broker a deal to end the war in Ukraine.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war. Help Ukraine be more lethal. Let those supporting Russia to know it's going to be a price to be paid if you keep doing it.
Now, Graham came to the House in the GOP wave of 1995. He later served as one of the House prosecutors in the impeachment trial of former President Clinton. He succeeded longtime Senator Strom Thurmond in 2003.
This is the man who resurrected the career of Kavanaugh and put him on the Supreme Court. This is the man who's had his fingerprints on multiple big fights and wins on Capitol Hill.
Now, Graham is widely viewed as being responsible for salvaging the nomination of Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh in 2018. Graham lit up his colleagues after allegations emerged that Kavanaugh assaulted Christine Blasey Ford when they were back in high school.
What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You said that, not me. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy.
Now it's up to South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster to appoint an immediate successor. It's unclear if McMaster could tap a caretaker senator. Graham had just won the GOP primary last month. Now, the party must hold a new primary in the next few weeks. Those to watch are South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette. That's along with GOP South Carolina Representatives Russell Fry and Joe Wilson. The winner in November then serves the full 6-year term. Jillian?
Chad, thank you for that. A lot to reflect on this morning on the senator's life and his work. He died while truly in the thick of it all,
In
the
public
midst of
service.
politics and policy. Thank you for that, Chad.
God bless the memory of Lindsey Graham. Let's go to some more. This is Bibi Netanyahu on the Life and Times, advocate for Israel. He always was a fighter for Israel. Passes away at 71. God bless him and his family. Let's go to Bibi Netanyahu speaking on a great friend of Israel and a great leader in America. Double tap at the like button.
But let me tell you, the last conversation I had with him, I said, Lindsey, we've come of age. We have a robust economy. We can take care of our own, financing our own weapons for the defense of Israel and defense of our common interests with America. So I'm going to phase out the support, the military support for Israel over a period of years and bring it down to zero. We can do it. And he went ballistic. He said, no way, you can't do that, because he was so concerned with our security, which he believed was your security, that he actually fought the prime minister of Israel on keeping America's aid or actually increasing it. And that tells you what kind of a person this extraordinary friend was. But let me tell you, the last conversation I had with him, I said, Lindsey, we've come of age. We have a robust economy. We can take care of our own, financing our own weapons for the defense of Israel and defense of our common interests with America. So I'm going to phase out the support, the military support for Israel.
So this is BB speaking on Lindsey. Let's keep going. So what's taking place now is that Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene Graham Nordham, officially named interim U.S. Senator from South Carolina after her brother's passing. She just walked up to the podium and accepted it. Lindsey has always been there for me. Now it will be there for him. Governor has appointed Lindsey Graham's sister to take the role of senator in the interim until the election. Double tap at the like button. She's going to speak now. Everybody pay attention. Rest in peace. Lindsey Graham passes away at 71. The governor now installs his sister to take his role in the Senate in the interim until they can have an election. Double tap at the like button.
Great idea. And I'm sure that everyone here does as well. Darlene, little sister, come forward, please.
Thank you, Governor, and just bear with me as I try to get through this. But first, I just want to say one thing I've never heard Lindsey described as is irresistible. So, okay, we'll just start with that. But first, I would like to thank everyone who has called and reached out over the past couple of days. I can't tell you how much it's meant to me and our family. I know Lindsey was loved and respected by many, and I greatly appreciate the memories and even the funny stories that have been shared. These shared experiences, along with our faith, have gotten us through these past 2 very difficult days. Next, I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsey's term. It is such an honor. Lindsey has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man. He was kind and considerate and loved by his family dearly.
Rest in peace. We're talking about Lindsey Graham. Now the governor just appointed his little sister. Somebody to check.
Great idea. And I'm sure
somebody in the chat said you can't do that. I was wondering. I didn't know. It's not high school. You know what I'm saying? It's not high school, but I don't know. I didn't think you could do that, but I guess they did it. This is Lindsey Graham in the Kavanaugh hearing. They talked about this. This is one of his best efforts ever. Double tap at the like button. Now, this was the first time people saw that ugly Democratic left monster and what they would do while using the media, using narratives, using lies to get power. This is Lindsey Graham laying out the leftist playbook, how they use the media. This goes back to Johnny Depp and the ACLU and the Amber Heard op-ed that Amber Heard never wrote, that she agreed to so that she could be in Aquaman Part 2. And the goal was Disney to take out Johnny Depp so they could install a female Black Sparrow, right? Jack Sparrow. So they've been using these narratives. This is Lindsey Graham exposing the Kavanaugh narrative, Dianne Feinstein, and the Democratic left power grab that we see today.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsey said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham, that you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this, you're looking for a fair process. You came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend. Do you consider this a job interview?
The advice and consent role is like a job
You
interview.
consider that you've been through a job interview.
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
Would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
This is hell.
This
is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior in high school. And all of a sudden you got over it. It's been my understanding that if you drug women and rape them for 2 years in high school, you probably don't stop. Here's my understanding. If you lived a good life, people would recognize it, like the American Bar Association has the gold standard. His integrity is absolutely unquestioned. He is the very circumspect in his personal conduct, harbors no biases or prejudices. He's entirely ethical, is a really decent person. He is warm, friendly, unassuming. He's the nicest person. The ABA. One thing I can tell you should be proud of. Ashley, you should be proud of this, that you raised a daughter who had the good character to pray for Dr. Ford. To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics.
Amen.
You want this seat? I hope you never get it. I hope you're on the Supreme Court. That's exactly where you should be. And I hope that the American people will see through this charade. And I wish you well. And I intend to vote for you. And I hope everybody who's fair-minded will.
Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. He did his thing, man. That's Lindsey Graham doing his thing. And I believe that's why Kavanaugh got elected. Y'all
If you wanted an FBI investigation.
Y'all remember when they went after Kavanaugh? Y'all remember this is Ketanji refused to say what a woman is, Jackson. Ketanji refused to say what a woman is, Jackson.
Her judicial philosophy is to rule impartially.
No, my judicial philosophy is to rule impartially and to rule consistent with the limitations on my authority as a judge. And so my methodology actually helps me to do that in every case.
So you wouldn't say that you're an activist, Judge?
I would not say that.
Okay. So we'll have 20 minutes more later on, but here's what I would say. That every group that wants to pack the court, that believes this court is a bunch of right-wing nuts that are going to destroy America, that consider the Constitution trash, all wanted you picked. And this is all I can say, is the fact that so many of these left-wing radical groups that would destroy the law as we know it declared war on Michelle Childs and supported you is problematic for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham.
Problematic for me too. She couldn't even define a woman. She couldn't even define a woman. Ketanji Brown never should have been confirmed. Never should have been confirmed. And now we see in evidence in these rulings, in these decisions, including birthright citizenship. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. We're going over some of his greatest hits. Lindsey Graham.
We say you should have a photo ID before you vote to make sure we have voter integrity. We say over here you have to be a citizen before you vote. We say over here biological males should not be playing girls' sports. We say over here that a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex. If you can't smoke as a minor, that makes sense to me. So to the medical community, you should not be performing sex changes on minors. They should wait till they're old enough to make that decision. That's what we say. All y'all going to oppose it. If you don't want a photo ID, you're probably into cheating. There's no other reason to say you don't have to have an ID. It just makes cheating easier.
That's it.
Who wants a non-citizen voting in our election? If you're against that, that makes me wonder. And biological males playing girls' sports, not good for anybody. And a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex. That's the biggest change you can make in your entire life. You shouldn't be allowed to do that as a minor. This is what we say. What do you say?
This is what we say. What do you say? A minor should not be able to change his sex. It's the biggest decision of his life. He should have to wait until he's 18 and become an adult, 21. We believe that girls should play against girls. Girls shouldn't play against boys. Boys shouldn't be playing against girls. What do you say? What do you believe? This is what Lindsey Graham, and that's why I'm celebrating his life today, because this was very simple, very straightforward. Listen to this again. This is not double talk like you may hear from a purple-haired liberal white woman. This is very straightforward what the conservative Republican right wing believes. Now, what do you believe, Democrat?
We say you should have a photo ID before you vote.
We say you should have a photo ID before you vote. Do not infantilize women. Do not infantilize blacks. I am a black American and a black conservative and a black Republican. Everybody that I know is black has an ID because they all have jobs. They have mortgages. They have car notes. They have iPhones and iPads. You can't get a cell phone. You can't get an iPhone without an ID. You can't get a car note without an ID. You can't get a job or a bank account or spend money. And black people love to do what? Spend money. And you can't do none of that shit without an ID. Stop infantilizing women. Because I know divorced women like my late mother who was married 5 times and had 5 different names legally. Because after her divorce, she petitioned the court to keep her married name. So my mother was able to have her maiden name and her married name. She had credit cards, property, assets, IDs in both names. Like, I use an example for everybody who lives in common pop culture, Shawnee O'Neal. Shawnee O'Neal is not her maiden name. O'Neal is Shaquille's O'Neal maiden name. She was married to Shaquille O'Neal over 10 years ago. She petitioned the court to keep her married name along with her maiden name. She had businesses in her married name. When you see Basketball Wives, it says executive produced by Shawnee O'Neal. The paycheck comes to Shawnee O'Neal. But she probably has a bank account, credit card, and assets in her maiden name. After she was divorced, she petitioned the court to keep both her married name, Shawnee O'Neal, and her maiden name. But Democrats say we can't pass the SAVE Act because women have such hard times because they're so heartbroken, hysterical after divorce, they don't know how to get an ID. What a huge insult to American women. The Democrats say American women can't handle breakups. The Democrats say American women can't handle divorce. American women, you're so emotionally distraught. You're such emotional creatures that after divorce, you just cannot figure it out. Oh, I'm a woman. Oh, woe is me. I don't know how to get my ID. I got divorced. I'm heartbroken. I'm a girl. Don't change the SAVE Act because I'm a girl. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Shawnee O'Neal got multiple names, and my mother has multiple names. Rest in peace to my mother. And shout out to all of the proud married women, probably from California, because California is one of those most litigious states in the union. People be getting divorced left and right. Shout out to all of the intelligent American women who've been divorced and were able to petition the court in the divorce to keep your married name and your maiden name because you had assets in both. But the Democrats in the Senate believe you are a big old baby girl and you don't know how to get an ID after divorce because you're heartbroken, you're a hysterical girl. How you feel about that, women? I just want to know, Troy, straight up, you know how many of the women are in the electorate and the Democrats are using this logic? The Democrats count on the black vote and they want to say blacks can't get an ID. Do you know how many women are in the electorate? Women cross the gamut. When I say women, that's not black, white, Latino, that's all women. Democrat, Republican, whatever race, the Democrats are saying, women, you don't know how to handle divorce. How you feel about that? Lindsey Graham, greatest hits. What do you believe, Democrat? Rest in peace, Lindsey. Rest in peace, Lindsey.
We say you should have a photo ID before you vote to make sure we have voter integrity. We say over here you have to be a citizen before you vote. We say over here biological males should not be playing girls' sports. We say over here that a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex. If you can't smoke as a minor, that makes sense to me. So to the medical community, you should not be performing sex changes on minors. They should wait till they're old enough to make that decision. That's what we say. All of y'all going to oppose it. If you don't want a photo ID, you're probably into cheating.
Right.
There's no other reason to say you don't have to have an ID. It just makes cheating easier. Who wants a non-citizen voting in our election? If you're against that, that makes me wonder. And biological males playing girls' sports, not good for anybody.
Thank you.
And a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex. That's the biggest change you can make in your entire life. You shouldn't be allowed to do that as a minor. This is what we say. What do you say?
He didn't say you couldn't do it. He just said you shouldn't be able to do that as a minor. Common sense. That's why the Democrats keep losing. That's why the Democrats keep losing. Common sense. Common sense and logic. That's why the Democrat, he didn't say that you could not change your sex. He can't say that. It's America. You're free to do whatever. He said you shouldn't be doing that as a minor. Do you guys know in California, Gavin Newsom had a law under Donald Trump and the DOJ and the Supreme Court shot it down. But California had a law that the schools would have 3 incremental secret conversations with your children. And you didn't have to, it would be unbeknownst to you. Unbeknownst to you, California passed a law that they could have a conversation with your kid about their sexuality, whether or not they wanted to be whatever they wanted to be, starting in kindergarten. And then they would have another one in 3rd grade and another one before they graduated. But check this out. They would get incrementally more invasive with the questioning. And then fathers like me, we could not rebel against it. The law said if I went against what took place in that secret meeting, I could lose custody of my child. This was under Biden. This was under Gavin Newsom. Secret conversations at the public school level about the sexuality of children. So when Lindsey Graham says children should not be able to change their sexuality, I just want to highlight what the law was under the Democrats in California. and why maybe it's such a big deal to vote in November in California. Because I bet dollars to donuts, the Democrats try to bring back that law where they have these secret conversations with our children on whether or not what sexuality they want to be. And then they force that decision that was made without parents on parents. The Supreme Court said no. So when they say, oh, voting don't matter, you better pay attention. Voting matters. Get to the voting booth. Pay attention. It damn well matters in California. It damn well. We don't have no more oil refineries in California. Elon Musk and Tesla left. Chevron left. Shell left. The highest gas taxes, and no oil refineries, Gavin Newsom. No factories for people to work at, Gavin Newsom. No infrastructure, no retail, no more Denny's, no more Walgreens in San Francisco. Nothing. There's homeless. There's feces on the cement. Let's keep going about these Democrats and these liberals waking up. Wake them up, chat. Wake them up, chat.
And I just read Kamala Harris's new book, 107
No,
Days.
you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I'd like.
I'll say a lot of lies on this show, but I won't take that. I will not accept that.
I thought you might ask me about it. That's why I had to read it. But the point is, it's.
I quote the book a lot, so I shout them out. I quote the book a lot.
It's like, as you probably know, it's like a diary of what happened. But I was looking for, okay, and what's the plan for the future? There wasn't any, and she's just indicative of the party at large. And by the way, that's one of the reasons she lost.
She's rewriting history in the book, too. She's now against men and women's sports. Like, come on. Like, they tried to dismantle Title IX against women when she was vice president.
Right. I mean, that's just one.
Did you know Kamala switched on on women and men sports, men and women sports? Kamala shifted. Just the common sense. Like Lindsey Graham said, women should not be competing against men. That's where we stand. Where do you stand, Democrat? How many people know Kamala shifted on that issue? Kamala, did you fall out of a coconut tree? Is she black? Is she the borders are? I don't know if she's black. I don't know if she the borders are, but did you know she shifted on gay right? Double tap it. Come on, y'all. Let me tell you. Let's listen to it again. These are Democrat liberals saying the same thing I've said. Why Kamala lost and will lose again if the DNC puts her up.
She's now against men and women's sports. Like, come on. Like, they tried to dismantle Title IX against women when she was vice president.
She's now against men and women's sports. How many of you knew that? Nah, you don't know that because you keep watching these liberals who keep feeding you what you want to believe. These are the realities of your Democratic Party. Double tap it to like
what happened. But I was looking for, okay, and what's the plan for the future? There wasn't any, and she's just indicative of the party at large. And by the way, that's one of the reasons she lost.
She's rewriting history in the book, too. She's now against men and women's sports. Like, come on. Like, they tried to dismantle Title IX against women when she was vice president.
Right. I mean, that's just one of many examples.
She could have had 701 days and would have still lost that race.
But you're right, the data.
Wow. This is CNN contributor, liberal Democrat, just said Kamala Harris could have had 701 days and she still would have lost. They try to blame Trump. They try to blame the right. They try to blame racism. They try to blame her white husband. Because remember, Kamala Harris is married to a white man. Just like AOC and Ilhan Omar, Kamala Harris is married to a white man. They try to blame the white man. But here it is. We've said this on the right, that Kamala was a horrible candidate, ran a horrible campaign. She could have had 700 days and she still would have lost. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the Democrats who are finally waking up. But let's see what happens in November. Let's see what happens in 2026 and 2020. I promise you, you have not seen the end of Kamala falling from a coconut tree.
The data says it's costs of living, it's inflation, it's immigration, illegal immigration, all those things. Everything else is at the bottom.
And by the way,
law and order crime.
107 days, way too many for anybody, but including her.
Right.
But the more they got to know her, the less they liked her.
Wow.
I've said this many times on this show. Other countries don't do this. They don't have years to run. They call an election, and they have an election in a month.
Yeah, and nor the influence of money. We should do that. Right?
Well, that's going to be hard to get rid of. They've tried. No, it's like you don't need 100 days. You need 107 days. You tell people your plan. This is what I am for. This is my thing. You're selling something. You're selling a vacuum cleaner. If I'm selling a vacuum cleaner, I'll tell you why I think it's best. Am I going to tell you every goddamn day for 2 years? Did I tell you about the attachment that gets under the... Yeah, you did. You told me 1,000 times. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
That's the truth about the Democrats. Yeah, you did. You told me 1,000 times. And they want Hillary Clinton was in Munich this year. Hillary Clinton is still a viable person in the Democratic Party, even after Donna Brazile, even after everything that happened with Anthony Weiner and the Weiner laptop. Can we just know what happened? I am so curious. Everybody talked about Epstein. Do you know why? Because I want to know what was on the Weiner laptop. All 6 of those officers passed away. Rest in peace. We back to blue. What was on the Weiner laptop? What was on Anthony Weiner's laptop? What was on the Hillary Clinton server? This is why we're indicting Cuomo. I'm so excited. Cuomo's indicted, and I'm just so happy I can't even hide it. This is why we want Cuomo to take the stand, because I want to know about the Hillary Clinton server. I want to know about the Anthony Weiner laptop. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. What about it, bro? Come on, man. Come on, man. And these are Democrats, bro. These are Democrats, bro. These are Democrats being honest about the state of the Democratic Party. I quote this 107 days all the time, because also in the book, she admits that she calls all of the Democratic leadership, and she was told no. She said she called the Obamas. She said she called Nancy Pelosi. She called Bernie Sanders. And everyone said, she said Gavin Newsom wouldn't even call her back. So I asked liberals and the right wing, who in the hell left the gate open? Double tap at the like button. Who in the hell left the gate open? How did Kamala Harris receive the nomination? Who made the decision? This is, and you know what else I say? If you listen to these Democrats, this is CNN, this is Bill Maher, because Kamala Harris in the book 107 Days said none of the Democratic, you never see a picture, you see her juxtaposed with Megan Thee Stallion, Little John, Gorilla, Beyonce, but you never see her on stage with all of the Democratic leadership behind her, supporting her for the presidency of the United States. You never saw Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders, Michelle, Gavin, everybody, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, the entire squad. You never saw a unified front behind Kamala Harris, and I promise you won't. Especially after what's taking place in New York with the Democratic Socialists. Especially what's taking place in New York with the Democratic Socialists. You're never going to see a united front in the DNC. But I just want to know who in the hell left the gate open? And how the hell did she get nominated without one vote? Let's listen to this one more time. How did Kamala Harris get nominated without one vote?
And I just read Kamala Harris's new book, 107
No,
Days.
you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't. I'll say a lot of lies on this show, but I will not accept that.
I thought you might ask me about it. That's why I had to read it. But the point is, it's like, as you probably know, it's like a diary of what happened. But I was looking for, okay, and what's the plan for the future? There wasn't any, and she's just indicative of the party at large. And by the way, that's one of the reasons she lost.
She's rewriting history in the book too. She's now against men and women's sports. Like, come on. Like, they tried to dismantle Title IX against women when she was vice president.
Right. I mean, that's just one of many examples.
She could have had 701 days and would have still lost that race.
But you're right. The data says it's cost of living, it's inflation, it's immigration, illegal immigration, all those things. Everything else is at the bottom.
And by the way,
law and order crime.
107 days, way too many for anybody, but including her.
Right.
But the more they got to know her, the less they liked her.
Wow.
I've said this many times on this show. Other countries don't do this. They don't have years to run. They call an election, and they have an election. And
the more they got to know her, the less they liked her. That's a what we say in this industry. That's a coffin nail. That's a coffin nail. These are liberal Democrats. Bill Maher gave $1 million to Barack Obama's campaign. Bill Maher just said the more people got to know Kamala Harris, the less they liked her. And I'm telling you, she's still viable in the DNC. And they're having conversations like this. These are the people who put up the big dollars in the DNC. They're having this conversation publicly because they want to say and signal we don't want Kamala Harris as a nominee. But this is what I told people when it comes to the DNC. When you looked at Jasmine Crockett, and I don't know how many people are being honest about the writing on the wall with the Democrats and what you see at these protests. I said today at the ICE protest, you only see white liberals, right? And what I'm seeing in the Democratic Socialist Party when they are attacking Hakeem Jeffries, I am trying to warn people, and everybody was beating up blacks for voting for Trump. But because you're so drunk on your TDS, you're not seeing a move away from blacks. Look at the governor in is it Maryland, the guy with the bald head with the military support. He's losing support from the DNC. I don't think he wins another gubernatorial race. They are moving away from black candidates. It was a time where black candidates were in vogue after Obama. The DNC were supporting black candidates like Kamala, like Jasmine, like the brother in Maryland. Y'all put his name in the chat. He's now being questioned for lying about his service, right? And I think that's kind of cold because we support the soldiers. We support the police officers. We know these are very difficult jobs. I remember Tim Walz lied about going to service, and this gentleman actually went. People are saying some of the things he said about combat, but be that as it may, I hope people are paying attention to what's actually happening in the Democratic Party with Tellerico. Tellerico is the person that they put their money behind instead of Jasmine Crockett. I believe Jasmine Crockett is a better candidate. I don't like Jasmine Crockett, but she's light years better than Tellerico. People don't know the name. It's a hard name to pronounce. He's a preacher that believes God has transgender origins. He believes in 8 different sexes. I mean, he's emblematic of what the DNC wants to be and what the future is of the Democratic Party. And then you see that coupled with the Democratic Socialists, who also happen to be LGBTQ and gay. I'm going to say this one more time. You couple that with the Democratic Socialists in New York, who also happen to be LGBTQ, trans, and gay. And Peter Tellerico has this belief as a minister. Double tap at the like button, man. I don't know if y'all paying attention. Let's listen again. Kamala Harris could have had 700 days and lost. And in case you didn't understand what I'm saying, that Democratic Party is gone. And it's not me. This is the thing that I wish people would understand. I'm analytical. I'm a podcaster on YouTube. I'm stating the obvious. That Democratic Party is gone. And this is before Mondani's election. That Democratic Party is gone. And people didn't understand what was going on with Tellerico. People didn't understand what was going on with Jasmine. Jasmine was one of the 5 seats that got redistricted. Jasmine Crockett dropped out of the race for her congressional seat in South Dallas to 35. She was District 30. She dropped out. Her seat got enveloped by a larger red district. So Jasmine Crockett, and the DNC told her not to do this. Jasmine Crockett said she would not run for her congressional seat. How many people understand these political, this is domestic. How many people understand these political nuances? Jasmine Crockett was part of the 5 seats that was redistricted. Donald Trump told the governor of Texas to redistrict Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett was fired by Donald Trump. Jasmine Crockett was fired by Donald Trump. When Jasmine Crockett was fired by Donald Trump and she could not run for Congress because she couldn't beat the Republican incumbent, that's when Jasmine Crockett said, I'm going to run for Senate. Now listen to this. This is something you may not know. This is what I told my audience. This is why you should like, share, and subscribe right now. And this is, I don't know if you own Kalshi or what you do, but this is what I told my audience, and you could have made money. This is what Jasmine Crockett did not know. I don't think she understood this, but this is what I told my audience. When Jasmine Crockett announced the Senate race, I said she's not going to win. And this is why I knew Jasmine Crockett would not win, because Texas has not sent a Democrat to the Senate for how long, everybody? Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. How long has it been since Texas has sent a Democrat? Black, white, green, or yellow? Male, female, 6 different genders, trans, LGBTQ, LGYZBT. How long has it been since Texans have voted for a Democrat on the Senate level? Over 30 years. Over 30 years. So what I said was, what I knew when she announced her Senate race, and this is why the DNC did not back her, is that no matter what was going on in Texas and Jasmine Crockett pretty little head, they were not about to beat the first Democrat in 30 years to go to the Senate from Texas was not about to be Jasmine Crockett. Hallelujah. 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 I said, hallelujah. I said the first Democrat to go to the Senate from Texas in 30 years was not about to be Jasmine Crockett. And your mama could have told you that. I bet you dollars to anybody could have told you that if you knew the context. If you knew the context, that holy moly guacamole, Batman, Texas hasn't sent a Democrat to the Senate in 30 years, no matter the race, color, or sexuality. 30 years. Not a black person, not a white person, not a gay person. Nobody Democrat on the Senate level in 30 years. So Jasmine Crockett was not about to break that bar. And the DNC pulled the rug out from underneath her. But what y'all did not see at that time is the Democrats were moving away from their black candidates. Pay attention.
Voter crime.
107 days, way too many for anybody, but including her.
Right.
But the more they got to know her, the less they liked her. I've said this many times on this show. Other countries don't do this. They don't have years to run. They call an election, and they have an election in a month.
Yeah, and nor the influence of money. We should do that. Right?
That's going to be hard to get rid of. They've tried.
Are corporations being a person? It's not just money, but they said corporations are people. Y'all remember when it's not just money, but corporations are people. Not just money in politics, but they said corporations are persons in that same, y'all remember, y'all don't remember, y'all remember, and corporations are people. That was the end of our freedom right there. Corporations are persons, and then the money, and that's it. And that was the takeover of the Democratic Party. And that's what MAGA, my prayer is that people would understand what MAGA was all about. And people would know about these decisions. And these are Democrats talking about the money in politics, but see, he left out the corporate decision that corporations are people.
And the Supreme Court ruling on a case involving Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood South Atlantic. The Supreme Court siding with South Carolina in the ruling, allowing states to cut off Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. Sure to get a lot of attention. Shannon Bream outside the court with a little bit of a review as you rifle through that document. Hi, Shannon.
We do. Hey, Dana. So, yeah, this could have repercussions well beyond South Carolina. What happened there is that the governor issued an executive order years ago saying Medicaid funding that comes into the state cannot be used at Planned Parenthood clinics. He argued they perform abortions there, money is fungible, and he had a real worry about money going to those services, which, you know, by federal law, with rare exceptions, is not supposed to happen. So Planned Parenthood and one of its patients decided to file a lawsuit under a federal law. And what the court decided today is that individual patient does not have a right under the statute to sue to get that money that would be her Medicaid funding following her for use at a Planned Parenthood clinic in South Carolina. The dissent from Justice Jackson, joined by Justices Sotomayor and Kagan, says this. Today's decision is likely to result in tangible harm to real people. She says, it strips away a big, important decision for people, which is how they decide for their own health care. The states are going to argue, and successfully in this case, that they do have a right to decide where money flows. It's federal money. They don't want it going to abortion services, which they argue Planned Parenthood could still do. Now, that's it for opinions today. We got 4 of them. This was on our watch list, but tomorrow we have found out is going to be the final day of the term. That leaves 6 opinions and a couple really big ones, including that nationwide injunctions decision. Can the Supreme Court, or excuse me, can a federal judge anywhere in the country, any 700 of them, put policy and executive order on hold for the entire country? We think we'll have our answer around 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
So this is a brand new decision, and it says they trying to get around the Supreme Court's decision on Roe versus Wade. And this is Supreme Court, again, holding up the conservative decision that is up to the states and is not on the supreme level. But if the federal government says it's against the law, which it has, then they say they're not going to fund the money. They're trying to sue to go around and get federal money. This is not about the state, because the Supreme Court decision said this decision goes to the state, and certain states have outlawed it completely. Certain states have different laws, right? And it's up to the states on how that is administered, right? And if the state says it's against the law, the Supreme Court has said you can't sue to go around the state law. And I agree with the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court basically said, if people don't understand Roe versus Wade and what happened at the Supreme Court level, the Supreme Court said the earlier court was wrong because the Supreme Court doesn't make laws. That's why we have the Congress. I know people don't understand this because people don't understand the budget, right? And that Congress is the one, according to the articles of the Constitution, that creates the budget and sends that bill to the Senate, right? And it creates it as a law. So Congress creates the laws, right? So when the Supreme Court made that decision, it sent it back to the states to create a law, or like Kamala Harris said, you have the ability to make a law in Congress, but the Supreme Court does not create a law, a federal law that affects every state. To do that, you have to go to Congress. Now, Kamala Harris said that if you elect me to president, that she would make abortion a federal law. But what I said, and what Republicans said at the time, is you are vice president right now. You could actually create a bill right now. Why dangle that in front of the American people when you have the power now as vice president to create a law and then to make it? But she didn't do it. You have the power as vice president to create, but she said, if you elect me as president, then I will go. But what she meant was, I will go to Congress. And matter of fact, where's the legislation now? If you're a Democrat on liberal on TikTok or YouTube, where's the legislation now? You should be able to cite the bill and say, this is the legislation for federal women's rights, and we want to get this passed when we become president. What's the legislation? It should be famous. We should all know it. But y'all don't have legislation. You don't have constituency. But that's what politicians are supposed to do. Let's go to the news report. This is Donald Trump. The MOU is over. The Straits of Hormuz are being blockaded, but the Trump is charging a 20% toll. Double tap, hit the like button.
Walk away from key commitments with the United States as President Trump imposes a U.S. blockade on Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Listen here.
We're taking over the strait. They have nothing. They've got nothing. They're professional negotiators. That's all they are. I don't even call them good at it. They haven't gotten anything. They got nothing from me. But if you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents. Every president got tapped along, didn't do anything, and they became more and more powerful.
Correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is live. He's in Tel Aviv with the latest for us. Hi, Lucas.
Good afternoon, John. The U.S. military has just announced that blockade will now go into effect beginning at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Recall last week when the Trump administration revoked Iran's license to sell oil. Many were wondering, how would that be enforced? There's only one way, and that's with a return of the naval blockade. And that's what President Trump has ordered today, in addition to the 4 nights of airstrikes over the past week, hitting those targets as Iranian forces continue to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian government says the Strait of Hormuz remains closed and it remains in control of the critical waterway.
We will not hesitate to defend ourselves. Any area or part of the country that is used to launch attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran will naturally be subject to defensive measures.
As part of last night's strikes, the U.S. Navy unleashing a new gadget, a sea drone, John. A similar model rescued those Apache pilots last month. This one armed with high explosives, similar to what we've seen Ukraine unleash on Russian forces in the Black Sea. This video of the operation provided by the U.S. Military Central Command shows the sea drones hitting Bandar Abbas, home to Iran's largest naval base. Last night, jets from the USS George H.W. Bush struck targets on Iran's coastline. Another carrier on station, USS Abraham Lincoln, has now been at sea for more than 200 days without a port call. Let that sink in. Destroyers and the strike groups also launching Tomahawk cruise missiles with a max range of 1,000 miles. There have been 4 nights of strikes like this over the past week. President Trump calls it retribution for continued Iranian attacks on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and shipping has been down in recent days through that critical waterway, John.
I love it. So what y'all got to say in the chat? Do y'all see this? This is the first time in American history that this type of technology has been used. Let's take a look at this. This is the first time. What you're looking at, some people say we got this from the Ukraine. Some people say this is Ukrainian drone technology. This is the first time the Navy has used this. This is an unmanned Navy drone ship that was used to blow up the largest Iranian naval base in Iran. Now, what do you got? Now, right, a couple things to extrapolate here. There are no boats here. There are no ships here. Trump said we destroyed their Navy, right? The people have disputed whether or not Trump is telling the truth on whether or not we destroyed their Navy. One of the things I noticed in this video, as this is the largest naval base in Iran, is that there's nothing here. You guys see, look, can I slow this down? Can we watch it in slow motion? We can. We're going to slow this down. We're going to watch it in slow motion. The one thing I noticed is that they admit this is a lose out. They admit that this is the largest Iranian naval base in Iran, but there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's no ships. There's no people. There's no base. But we're still taking it out to take away their ability to use it as a base. So we watching the ship. This is in slow motion. This is the first time. This is an unmanned boat. This is a drone, a water drone. Some of us didn't know. Like, we've only seen certain, like, this lets you know what type of capabilities the military has. I said the same thing when we invaded Cuba, when we invaded Venezuela, that people don't know the level of capability and the technology that the military has. So this is the first time the U.S. Navy has used these unmanned naval ships. And what they're saying is this is the largest Navy outpost in Iran, has just been destroyed by U.S. drone, an unmanned drone. A couple of things that have been said. They've also said, now look, this is what I said. You guys see anything there? It looks like a skeleton. This is the largest. It's nothing there. It's nothing there. Another thing they're saying is that this drone technology was given. There goes again. There goes. There's nothing there. This drone technology was given to us by Ukraine. So these Ukrainians supposedly have some of the most advanced drones in the global market of war today. And these are one of the Ukrainian drones and the Ukrainian technology that allowed us to bomb this facility. And I just want to show you guys that. Let's go back full speed. We're talking about Donald Trump, ceasefire MOU over. A couple things to extrapolate. We got brand new technology. Some people say it's coming from Ukraine.
Another carrier on state.
Some people say it's Ukrainian technology, but that's the first time the Navy ever used an unmanned vessel to blow up what they're saying is the largest Iranian Navy. I'm pointing out there's nothing there. I know that's what they said, but there's nothing there. And there's absolutely nothing there now. Whatever was there ain't there no more.
Jets from the USS George H.W. Bush struck targets on Iran's coastline. Another carrier on station, USS Abraham Lincoln, has now been at sea for more than 200 days without a port call. Let that
Lincoln and George Bush. I've told many people how many aircraft carriers there's 3 aircraft carriers. I went down the list of pure tonnage that's out there right now. What I said to you is we haven't had this much arsenal, this much metal, this much tonnage in the area in over 20 years. So what I argued is in the 4D chess, every time Trump has said ceasefire or MOU, he's took the time to amass an armada outside of Iran, which has given us the ability to take over the Straits of Hormuz because we have so much of a presence there while we waited them out. Okay, 30 days. Pete Huggins, how long will it take to get another aircraft carrier there? 60 days, sir. Let's do another ceasefire. That's Donald Trump, baby. That's Donald Trump, baby.
That sink in. Destroyers and the strike groups also launching Tomahawk cruise missiles with a max range of 1,000 miles. There have been 4 nights of strikes like this over the past week. President Trump calls it retribution for continued Iranian attacks on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. And shipping has been down in recent days through that critical waterway, John. Iran retaliated with attacks on Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and the UAE over the weekend. In addition to bringing back the blockade, President Trump has also announced he's going to charge a toll of his own, 20% on our cargo moving through the Strait of Hormuz.
President Trump announces a toll. We've been nice. President Trump, Iran is the one who's been saying they're going to charge a toll. Iran was the one that put in the media with J.D. Vance $300 billion. Iran is the one that said U.S. got to pay us back. Remember, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, we've been very nice, ignoring all of the propaganda from Iran saying that America was going to have to pay. What did Trump do today? Trump has said today, nah, now you got to pay. Now you got to pay. Trump has said today that the ceasefire is over, the MOU is over, the memorandum of understanding is over. They're bombing Karg Island. I just played video of a brand new drone technology from the Ukraine where we bombed the largest Navy facility. And now Trump is saying, let's listen to that one more time. Now, this is the latest breaking news. Listen to this, everybody.
In addition to bringing back the blockade, President Trump has also announced he's going to charge a toll of his own, 20% on our cargo.
20% instead of Iran charging the toll, which they never were able successfully to do. I know the liberals will say a lot of things to you, but despite what the liberals will lie to you about, you cannot lie about what you just saw. What you just saw is the Americans just blew up the largest Navy facility, right? What you cannot lie about is that they were unsuccessful in putting out their tolls, right? They were unsuccessful because of the Americans. Now, the Americans have said that we are going to block the Straits of Hormuz and that we are going to charge tolls. Double tap, hit the like button. This is the greatest president that ever lived in my lifetime, in your lifetime. This is the drone footage of them blowing up the largest Navy facility. But if you notice, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Nothing. No trucks, no tanks, no ships, no people, nothing. Double tap, hit the like button.
W. Bush struck targets on Iran's coastline. Another carrier on station, USS Abraham Lincoln, has now been at sea for more than 200 days without a port call. Let that sink in. Destroyers and the strike groups also launching Tomahawk cruise missiles with a max range of 1,000 miles. There have been 4 nights of strikes like this over the past week. President Trump calls it retribution for continued Iranian attacks on commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. And shipping has been down in recent days through that critical waterway, John. Iran retaliated with attacks on Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and the UAE over the weekend. In addition to bringing back the blockade, President Trump has also announced he's going to charge a toll of his own, 20% on our cargo moving through the Strait of Hormuz because of the effort of the U.S. military. John?
And to show just how powerless.
Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We closing the Straits of Hormuz. We closing the Straits. I say we keep it closed until 2027. I say we keep it closed until 2027. I say we keep it closed until 2027. How many people agree with me? I say we keep it closed until 2027. How many people agree? I say we keep it closed until 20.
They're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it.
Ask the obvious question. This is what you need to be thinking about. Why would Iran torch a deal that good? Because the memorandum never actually settled who runs the strait. It only gave Iran 60 days of policing rights, and it looks like Trump played them. So during the truce that's been established in this last ceasefire, the U.S. and Oman have quietly revived an old abandoned shipping lane along Oman's coast.
So while this is what I said, while they was doing ceasefire, while they was doing wait, 4D chess, Pete Hegseth, how long will it take to set up this shipping lane? Pete Hegseth, how long will it take to get 3 aircraft carriers in the area to protect the shipping lane? While we were doing wait, ceasefire, Trump is playing 4D chess. This is a brand new shipping lane that already existed. I say brand new because it was rebuilt while we had the Straits of Hormuz closed down. More evidence that America has had control of the Straits. What do you mean, Perfect? I mean, America has had control of the Straits to the point that they were able to rebuild this corridor that happens to sit in Oman right here. This is in their sovereign territory, right? This waterway belongs to Oman, right? So no one has to use the waterway that belongs to Iran in the physical ports that belong to Iran. What America has done while we have blocked the Straits of Hormuz has rebuilt ports here. We have rebuilt ports here along this access channel in the sovereign area of Oman to allow ships to bypass Iran, cutting them out. While we're saying, oh, ceasefire, oh, memorandum, oh, pause. While you think we've been paused, Donald Trump, and I told you, I reported Trump has been taking oil out of Iran every day. You heard it here first. Donald Trump says, I've been taking oil out of Iran every day since February 28th, millions of barrels. Here it is. This is what we've been doing during the ceasefire. Double tap, hit the like button.
The U.S. and Oman have quietly revived an old abandoned shipping lane along Oman's coast. The strait's original main channel before 1979 was this shipping route, but it got shelved for decades after the Iranian Revolution. So, ceasefire happens. We went in, we demined it. We got the UN's shipping authority to bless it. We put our Navy on it. And we reopened it to full tanker traffic. And this is a route that Iran can't toll and they can't control. Evolution. 79.
So this is a route Iran can't control and they can't toll. This is the route right here. It existed before. It was shut down when Iran instituted their own physical presence, meaning they built ports. And they created shipping routes for Iran, right? But this already existed, and we just revived it. And it's not in their territory. Double tap at the like button.
Was this shipping route, but it got shelved for decades after the Iranian Revolution. So, ceasefire happens. We went in, we demined it. We got the UN's shipping authority to bless it. We put our Navy on it. And we reopened it to full tanker traffic. And this is a route that Iran can't toll and they can't control. And now, ceasefire is still going, but most of the global traffic is already running through this alternative shipping lane, which leaves Iran nothing left to police and nothing left to reclaim. Now, you might be thinking, I don't get it. Like, what's the whole point of this? If missiles can still hit ships, no matter which lane they're in, What did building the corridor actually get us? Here's the answer. Before that corridor was revived, Iran controlled the shipping lane in 3 ways. Legally, they were the only party who could grant passage through their sovereign territory. Physically, they owned the infrastructure that the ships had to use. So those are 2. But once the US and Oman built a working alternative that didn't need Iran's permissions or their infrastructure, the only thing that they had left at their disposal for leverage was force. Actual missiles, actual drones, and actual violence. Which means we didn't build that corridor for a safe passage from Iran. We built the corridor to put them in a corner, right? So sit back, quietly lose control forever, or pick up a weapon and prove to the entire world that you're monsters by attacking commercial ships in Oman's sovereign territory.
Correct. 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 If they attack Oman's sovereign territory, that's all-out war by the UN, and that gives us war powers. So now they are in a conundrum. They are in a conundrum. Donald Trump shuts down the Straits of Hormuz, charges 20%. This is that brand new technology. This is the first time unclassified by Sitcom. This was unclassified by Sitcom. Unclassified by Sitcom. They say this drone technology may have come from the Ukraine. Ukraine is supposedly the most advanced.
Conducting a fresh round of strikes against Iran in an attempt to counter Tehran's aggression in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go live to Tel Aviv where Mike Tobin has the details. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Lawrence. The latest in the back and forth with struggle for control over the Strait of Hormuz has Iran once again firing on its neighbors. Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait all took fire. The Kuwait is saying that border crossings, even an oil rig were hit out there. There's been a lot of social media traffic suggesting that U.S. service members were injured in Kuwait. Those reports are not true. But this follows another round of U.S. strikes inside of Iran. There may be some fresh reporting today about new strikes. The U.S. says everything from missile launching sites to maritime locations that Iran was using to menace shipping in the Strait were hit. Dozens of targets were hit by land-based and sea-based fighter jets. Guided missiles were fired from ships in the area. This latest round of airstrikes came after Iran fired on a Cyprus-flagged cargo ship crossing the Strait. It was traveling outside of the route designated by Iran and following the route encouraged by the U.S. One sailor is now missing and the ship was disabled. President Trump says Iran triggered this round of violence.
What do you think?
Just the prospect of the war to begin with.
Yeah.
Look, the argument that he started this because he wanted to, there are plenty of people who think there's a very real threat of nuclear. It was presented through intelligence. Israel had an opportunity to really take and strike at this point. And as for diplomacy, that was sunsetting anyway. Anything.
Well, it wasn't sunsetting. It was detonated by
It
the
was
first
knocked
Trump
out, but it was
administration.
going to sunset if it hadn't already.
And they were lying
detonated.
about everything.
And right, the idea of they had much longer range missiles than they ever admitted
compliance
to.
problems
We've seen all
for
of that
sure.
play out.
But the point is, they had been stopped from getting anywhere near a nuclear weapon. And last year, the president assured us that he ended their nuclear ambitions. If he wants to come clean with the American people that he failed to do that, then he has to say that before he launches a war.
Democrats at that time said, no, you haven't. And then you haven't.
Clearly he hadn't.
Yeah.
Clearly that he hadn't. So then we needed to go back and take care of it, unless you really think it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
But again, they don't have a nuclear weapon. They weren't about to get a nuclear weapon.
How do you
now,
know? Why do you keep saying they weren't about to get one? Steve Witkoff said they had enough fissible material for 11 bombs.
So are you
in a couple of
acknowledging
months.
the president lied when he said that
I don't
their
know what
program
he
was
did. No
obliterated?
one knew what happened at
Whoa,
Fordo.
either he didn't know or he was lying.
Okay.
Which is it?
Is that really the point? Whether
No,
or
the
not
point
he's-
isn't my neighbors
whether
in
or not
Michigan are
he-
paying
whether
more
or
for
not
gas.
he was knew it was obliterated or not is not the point. If it wasn't obliterated, then you have to do something. You can't go back and say, well, you lied about this,
Joe,
so that we can't actually do
Joe,
what we need to do.
Joe, America is weaker because the president launched
Well,
this war.
that's your opinion. That's not.
No, but it's clear, and I'll tell you why. Because
We had
when
the
Trump,
Secretary of NATO say the world is a safer place. He just said that yesterday.
His job is to butter up the president. But why do you think the president chickened out on his demand? Why do you think the president backed off of his demand? The president
Backed
said
off of which demand?
Unconditional surrender. Right now, instead of unconditional surrender, which was the president's
This is
demand
not
just
over
1
yet.
month.
This is not over yet. Number one. And
Is
we
this
don't-
unconditional surrender?
I don't know what it's going to end up being.
I'll tell you what we've
if the
got.
Strait reopens again and they
Okay,
have no Navy.
So the best
no
case
missiles,
scenario
no-
is the Strait being open. The Strait was open before he started this.
Yeah,
and
but they were
meanwhile,
close to having a nuclear weapon. 11 nuclear weapons.
we had other ways of dealing.
Like what? Obama's
Like
way?
what?
Well, that worked.
That did not work.
Did they get
They
a
were
nuclear
lying
weapon under
into-
Obama? Did they get a
They
nuclear
were
weapon
close
under
enough within months.
No. And the president, again, assured us the whole point of bombing them last year was to quote unquote obliterate
I
the
understand
nuclear
that.
program.
Oh my God! That's what the whole problem with the deal was. That's where they got the uranium. The uranium that they have, the uranium to make 11 bombs, they enriched under Obama. That's how they got the uranium with no sanctions. That's how they gave the money to their proxies, the Hamas, the Houthis, the Hezbollah. How did the Iranian proxies get so prolific? They gave Hezbollah 100,000 missiles. Not 10 missiles, not 100 missiles. They gave Hezbollah 100,000 missiles. Come on. What do you mean there was a better way? How do you stop the proxy wars? Okay? How do you stop the Red Sea, the Houthis in the Red Sea? With this liberal ideology that Iran was not doing anything. Oh, Iran is so nice. Iran was running a proxy war. Iran was in Venezuela. They had Hezbollah training camps in Venezuela, which is why we went to Venezuela first. So how do you explain the Iranian proxy army who attacked Israel October 7th? What about Hezbollah in Lebanon who's still attacking Israel? Who was giving millions, hundreds of millions of dollars by Iran when Obama's failed JPCOA allowed them to continue to make money in the Straits, what they can't do right now. They can't make money in the Straits right now. So the Iranian proxies are shut down. You don't hear about proxy violence. Why don't you hear about proxy violence? Because the proxies are shut down. Because the Iran's money train is shut down. He's not being honest. They forget to tell you about the Iranian proxy war. Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. The unsanctioned oil, OPEC, the oil cartel, OPEC, the unsanctioned oil, how Iran made money off the books. How Iran made, this is Pete Buttigieg. They want to run him for president. Pete Buttigieg, the gay man who took off all that time because he was married to a man and had a baby. How does a married man to a married baby have a baby? I don't know. But he wasn't at work. He's a transportation secretary. But this is the thing about him being a transportation secretary. How many people have lost their lives under Pete Buttigieg and the Democrats' leadership that allowed people who don't know how to read or write English to get CDLs? Under Donald Trump and the transportation secretary with Donald Trump, he has stopped hundreds of millions of dollars from going to California, Colorado. He's threatened Chicago. Any state that does not make sure that only citizens are able to get a license, places like Minnesota that have licenses for all. Secretary under Trump of Transportation has gone after these states, withheld federal funds. This has proliferated under Pete Buttigieg. While he was off on FMLA, him and his husband having a baby, this proliferated where states eliminated the question that said, are you a citizen? Pete Buttigieg did nothing. Just remember that when the Democrats want to run him for president. Pete Buttigieg did nothing to protect your highways, to protect you from un-Americans who can't read and write English from getting CDLs. He did nothing.
And then he started with.
Let's start with just the prospect of the war to begin with.
Yeah.
Look, the argument that he started this because he wanted to, there are plenty of people who think there was a very real threat of nuclear. It was presented through intelligence. Israel had an opportunity to really take and strike at this point. And as for diplomacy, that was sunsetting anyway. Anything.
Well, it wasn't
he did-
sunsetting. It was detonated
Well,
by
it was
the first
knocked
Trump
out, but it was
administration.
going to sunset if it hadn't already.
And they were lying
detonated.
about everything.
And right, the idea of they had much longer range missiles than they ever
Look,
admitted
compliance
to. We've
problems
seen all
for
of that
sure.
play out.
But the point is, they had been stopped from getting anywhere near a nuclear weapon. And last year, the president assured us that he ended their nuclear ambitions. If he wants to come clean with the American people that he failed to do that, then he has to say that before he launches a war.
Democrats at that time said, no, you haven't. And then you haven't.
Clearly he hadn't.
Yeah.
Clearly that he hadn't. So then we needed to go back and take care of it, unless you really think it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
But again, they don't have a nuclear weapon. They weren't about to get a nuclear weapon.
How do you
Now-
know? Why do you keep saying they weren't about to go? Steve Witkoff said they had enough fissible material for 11 bombs.
So are
in
you
a couple of
acknowledging the
months.
president lied when he said that
I don't
their
know what he
program was
did. No
obliterated?
one knew what happened at
Whoa,
Fordo.
either he didn't know or he was lying. Which is it?
Is that really the point? Whether
No,
or
the
not
point
he's-
isn't my neighbors
whether
in
or not
Michigan are
he-
paying
whether
more
or
for
not he
gas.
was knew it was obliterated or not is not the point. If it wasn't obliterated, then you have to do something. You can't go back and say, well, you lied about this,
Joe.
so that we can't can't actually do
Joe.
what we need to do.
Joe, America is weaker because the president launched
Well,
this war.
that's your opinion. That's not.
No, but it's clear, and I'll tell you why. Because
We had
when
the
Trump,
Secretary of NATO say the world is a safer place. He just said that yesterday.
His job is to butter up the president. But why do you think the president chickened out on his demand? Why do you think the president backed off of his demand? The president
Backed
said
off of which demand?
unconditional surrender. Right now, instead of unconditional surrender, which was the president's
This is
demand
not
just
over
1
yet.
month.
This is not over yet. Number one. And
Is
we
this
don't-
unconditional surrender?
I don't know what it's going to end up being.
I'll tell you what we've
If the
got.
Strait reopens again and they
Okay,
have no Navy.
So the best
no
case
missiles,
scenario
no-
is the Strait being open. The Strait was open before he started this.
Yeah,
and
but they were
meanwhile,
close to having a nuclear weapon. 11 nuclear weapons.
we had other ways of dealing
Like
with it.
what? Obama's way?
Well, that worked.
That did not work.
Did they get a
were
nuclear
lying
weapon
into-
under Obama? Did they get a
They
nuclear
were
weapon
close
under?
enough within months.
No. And the president, again, assured us the whole point of bombing them last year was to quote unquote obliterate
I
the
understand
nuclear
that.
program.
Pete Buttigieg, darling of the Democratic Party. Y'all do your research on Pete Buttigieg. Donald Trump shut down the Straits of Hormuz. We gonna charge a 20% toll on the Straits. Straits of Hormuz. This is why the Democrats continue to lose, man. This is why the Democrats continue to lose. It's not me. I'm not making the Democrats lose. I'm not making them put Pete Buttigieg, a bus driver. Pete Buttigieg was a bus driver who, because he was gay, got put into the cabinet of the United States of America as transportation secretary, and he stayed on FMLA and did nothing. And what happened as a result? Under the Biden administration, Biden opened the border. People came here in 2022. They went to states like California. They went to states like Minnesota. They obtained CDLs despite not being able to read or write English, and they unalived Americans under the leadership of Pete Buttigieg, because the Democrats have this DEI mentality. Some people think DEI only applies to black people. Pete Buttigieg is DEI for gay people. Pete Buttigieg was a bus driver, but because he was gay, the DEI said he gets to be in the cabinet. He gets to be in the cabinet. Ain't that some shit? Pete Buttigieg is gay, so he gets to be in the cabinet. That's how DEI works. And now he has a voice and he runs for president. Now, because he was in the cabinet, he's he's somebody who runs for president. He can make money running for president. He can make money being a politician, all because he was a gay bus driver. That's how DEI works for white men. Double tap, hit the like button.
And I just read Kamala Harris's new book, 107
No, you
Days.
didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I'd like.
I'll say a lot of lies on this show, but I won't take that. I will not accept
I
that.
thought you might ask me about it. That's what I had to read. But the point is, it's like, as you probably know, it's like a diary of what happened. But I was looking for, okay, and what's the plan for the future? There wasn't any, and she's just indicative of the party at large. And by the way, that's one of the reasons she lost.
She's rewriting history in the book too. She's now against men and women's sports. Like, come on. Like, they tried to dismantle Title IX against women when she was vice president.
Right. I mean, that's just one of many examples.
She could have had 701 days and would have still lost that race.
But you're right. The data says it's costs of living, it's inflation, it's immigration, illegal immigration, all those things. Everything else is at the bottom.
And by the way,
law and order crime.
107 days, way too many for anybody, but including her.
Right.
But the more they got to know her, the less they liked her. I've said this many times on this show. Other countries don't do this. They don't have years to run. They call an election, and they have an election in a month.
Yeah, and nor the influence of money. We should do that. Right?
That's going to be hard to get rid of. They've tried. But no, it's like you don't need 100 days. You need 107 days. You tell people your plan. This is what I am for. This is my thing. You're selling something. You're selling a vacuum cleaner. If I'm selling a vacuum cleaner, I'll tell you why I think it's best. Am I going to tell you every goddamn day for 2 years? Did I tell you about the attachment that gets under the... Yeah, you did. You told me 1,000 times. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
They don't get it, man. I said instead of critical race theory, instead of DEI, why not teach Americans the difference between the Shia and the Sunni Muslim? Why not teach them about jihad? Why not teach them about what's going on with the religious zealots in Iran? What benefit does it teach to do CTR, critical race theory, talk about slavery that happened 400 years ago? How does children benefit from slavery? Black, white, purple, green. Learning about slavery is never going to be slavery again. 400 years ago, they still, because the CTR, critical race theory, and DEI, this is why they haven't passed the SAVE Act. Why not teach the American people the difference between the Shia and the Sunni Muslim? Why not teach them about the jihad? Why not teach them about the Ayatollah Khomeini? Why not teach them about the IRGC? Why not teach them that Iran had Christian Iranians, Jewish Iranians, Catholic Iranians? I don't know why, bro. I don't know why. But I know there's a big cover up. I know there's a big lie out there. I know that some of the Democrats and liberals want our children to learn more about slavery, something that happened 400 years ago, than to know about the geopolitical realm that they currently live in. I don't know why they want to teach them about slavery and entrap their minds in a slave mentality. But I would love if Americans learned why Iran wants to kill you. Not from a black man on YouTube, but if they were taught and they had to read and take a test and learn about the different types of Islam, learn about the different beliefs of the Prophet Muhammad and what happened in 600 AD when there was this rift after the Prophet Muhammad died and did not leave a successor. And the Muslim people wanted to elect the most qualified individual. As I was reading the history, I said that makes pragmatic sense. He didn't leave a successor. Let's elect the most qualified individual. Lo and behold, there was a fraction of Islam who disagreed with electing the new supreme leader from the most qualified people. That fraction said that the new supreme leader should be of a bloodline. The same fraction said the new supreme leader should be blood relation to Muhammad, but they did not have someone who was a blood relation. Instead, they had someone who was a son-in-law, a cousin, a nephew, a friend of the family, basically. He was not a blood relation, but they wanted to go with that person. Now, the same people who said they wanted someone with a blood relation also said there's a pure form of Islam. Those people who want to elect a pragmatic leader believe of a more encompassing, loving version of Islam. The people who want to elect the bloodline say there is one Islam and one Islam only, and we will kill the infidel. There's one Islam and one true form of Islam only. All others must die and perish. I think it would be much, much more greater for Americans to learn the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim, so they would understand what happened with the Ayatollah when he came to power in 1979. And they understand what the jihad is, what the belief is, and they would understand when people say, if they get uranium, they would bomb us. Because I don't think Americans understand why are you so sure that if they get uranium, they're going to bomb us? Because we understand the beliefs. We understand the difference between the Shia and the Sunni. We understand what they believe. We understand what the IRGC, when they beat up people, when they say women can't wear hijabs, when they say women can't drive, when they say gay people can't do it, we understand the power. We understand the authoritarian. We understand what's behind that. You don't understand. If they will beat a woman to death because she's not wearing 3/4 of cloth, if they will beat a gay man, if they will kill 52,000 of their own people, it's not a stretch. If they will beat these people because they don't adhere to their version of Islam, then it's not a stretch to believe that they will use a nuclear weapon if they had it. Shit, you might argue that they would use it on their own people. You might argue they would use it on their own people, because that's what they've done. They've killed 52,000 of their own people, gay people, women. Just because they are Christian, just because they are not Muslim, don't make them not Iranians. I'm going to say that one more time. Just because they're not Muslim, just because they're Kurds, does not make them not Iranian. Does not make them not have a right to live a free life and be Kurdish. My name is Perfect at the Perfect Summer Podcast. I'm asking everybody right now, do me a big favor, hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. I'm going to ask a big favor right now. Everybody watching, hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. We had a fire show today. We talked about Trump taking the Hormuz. We talked about Lindsey Graham passing away. Rest in peace. We talked about the ICE shooting in Maine. There was an ICE shooting in Maine where somebody was unalived. There was an ICE shooting in Houston where somebody was unalived. Lindsey Graham passed away at 71. I mean, it's just very sad, man. Lindsey Graham passed away at 71. There's some discrepancy about the timeline. Some people want to say he died in the Ukraine. He died in Kiev. I just want to say it don't matter, man. If he died in the Ukraine, if he died in Kiev. I just want to say it don't matter if he died in the Ukraine, if he died in the Ukraine, if he died in Kiev. I just want to say, man, he passed away. He was a great Republican.
I think that the decision of President Trump about licenses, positive signals about Patriot licenses, were important. Happy birthday. Thank you very much.
This is hours before he passed away. So the discrepancy is people are saying that it wasn't enough time for Lindsey to get back to America, because this just happened. He was just in the Ukraine just the other day. They said it would take more time than they're allotting for him in this plane ride. 10 to 20 hours, they're saying it would take him to get back home. They're saying the time of death doesn't line up. I'm saying it doesn't matter, bro. I'm saying that's a distraction. Lindsey's passing and whether or not he was at home or whether or not he was in Kiev. I'm the one who broke the news that Russia bombed Kiev over the 4th of July weekend. It wasn't 4th of July for Russia. We should have made a deal with the Ukraine and Russia 2 years ago. The Ukraine people are dying in the Ukraine every day. Russia bombed Kiev over the 4th of July weekend. Kiev is the capital of the Ukraine. Russia has said in peace agreement they're not giving up the Donbass region. Russia's not giving up the Donbass region. Over the 4th of July, they bombed Kiev. I don't know if Lindsey Graham was in Kiev when Russia bombed Kiev. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that Russia did bomb Kiev. The Ukraine cannot win. Russia is a nuclear country with buttload of nuclear weapons. It's just like America against Iran and the idiots that think Iran could win. America is a nuclear country with a buttload of nuclear weapons. Iran can never win. Iran can never win. The Ukraine can never win. The Ukraine is not a nuclear force. Russia is just playing with the Ukraine. Russia is just toying with the Ukraine. And thank God Russia hasn't taken this thing personal, because they are a nuclear country, just like China, and we don't want a nuclear conflict. America is a nuclear country, and we don't want a nuclear conflict. Iran needs to sit the fuck down. The Ukraine needs to sit the fuck down. And the Starmers and the Macrons of the world, the Pedro Sanchez's of the world, need to back up. Need to back up. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham passed away today, 71 years old. There are some discrepancy about the timeline.
Impartially. No, my judicial philosophy is to rule impartially and to rule consistent with the limitations on my authority as a judge. And so my methodology actually helps me to do that in every case.
So you wouldn't say that you're an activist judge?
I would not say that.
Okay. So we'll have 20 minutes more later on, but here's what I would say. That every group that wants to pack the court, that believes this court is a bunch of right-wing nuts that are going to destroy America, that consider the Constitution trash, all wanted you picked. And this is all I can say, is the fact that so many of these left-wing radical groups that would destroy the law as we know it declared war on Michelle Childs and supported you is problematic for me. Thank you.
Lindsey Graham passes away. Lindsey Graham passes away at 71.
Say you should have a photo ID before you vote to make sure we have voter integrity. We say over here you have to be a citizen before you vote. We say over here biological males should not be playing girls' sports. We say over here that a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex. If you can't smoke as a minor, that makes sense to me. So to the medical community, you should not be performing sex changes on minors. They should wait till they're old enough to make that decision. That's what we say. All of y'all going to oppose it. If you don't want a photo ID, you're probably into cheating. There's no other reason to say you don't have to have an ID. It just makes cheating easier. Who wants a non-citizen voting in our election? If you're against that, that makes me wonder. And biological males playing girls' sports, not good for anybody. And a minor should not be allowed to transition their sex. That's the biggest change you can make in your entire life. You shouldn't be allowed to do that as a minor. This is what we say. What do you say?
Double tap, hit the like button. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham passes away. Very sad today. Very sad. Lindsey Graham passes away. Man, let's go to the chat, man. What you got to add, man, before we get out of here, man? I want to ask everybody, hit the like button, everybody subscribe. Everybody hit the like button, everybody subscribe. Rest in peace, Lindsey, man. Trump takes over the Straits of Hormuz, says he's going to charge a 20% toll. There is no more ceasefire. The MOU is done. The ceasefire is done. MOU understanding is done. We have ICE violence in Maine and Houston, 2 ICE shootings where both people are unalive. We brand new strikes on Iran. There's a lot to talk about, man. It was a great show today, man. Double tap at the like button. And Mega Monday. So excited to be here, man. Let me know how y'all feel about it in the chat. Trump claims the Straits of Hormuz, man. Let's get into it. Let's get into it as we get out of here, man. Trump claims the Straits of Hormuz, 20% toll. I talked about it. I said, this is the 40 chess. This is the 40 chess. If you want to know what the 40 chess is, every time, and this is not me saying this, you can go back. We have 3 aircraft carriers in the region now. Every time we've said ceasefire, every time we've said MOU, we've added more tonnage, we've added more forces to the area. So now we got over 3 aircraft carriers. We now have naval drones. We just blew up the largest naval facility in Iran. This is what's going on right now. We have complete control of the Straits. We have closed the Straits of Hormuz per Donald Trump. We have closed the Straits of Hormuz, and we are charging a toll. You might even ask, how are we doing that? I reported today that we have a brand new trade route going through the sovereign area of Oman. I repeat, breaking news today, there's a brand new trade route going through the sovereign area of Oman. What else have I presented to the audience today that is breaking news today? Last week, we talked about the NATO summit in Turkey, Ankara. I said Trump is a bad man because he bombed Iran and Karg Island, broke the ceasefire, broke the MOU while in Turkey at the NATO summit. What we didn't know at the time is when Trump returned home, he did not return home on the Qatari Air Force One jet that was gifted to him. Trump instead returned home on the old Air Force One jet because there was speculation of an assassination attempt. I said to you, understand the proximity to power, understand that Trump broke the MOU, broke the ceasefire while in an Islamic country that believes Israel should not be a state and that believes that Jerusalem is not the capital. But yet and still, Trump lifted the sanctions on Turkey, gave F-35 jets to Turkey, and broke the ceasefire while in Turkey, in Ankara at a NATO summit. But there was foul play afoot. There was a funeral for the Ayatollah Khomeini last Monday. That's when the ceasefire, in my eyes, broke down. At the funeral, you saw an emotional Iranian people who started chanting, "Death to America, death to Trump." At the funeral, there were 6 to 7 people laid to rest, including a child. There was a small coffin for a child. Yeah, at the funeral, 7 people were laid to rest, including a small coffin for a small child. The funeral got very emotional. That is one thing I'll point out about the funeral. The next thing I'll point out about the funeral is that I believe that's where the ceasefire broke down. After the funeral, that's when the drone strikes started by Iran. After the funeral for the Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader, after the funeral, where 7 people were laid to rest, including a little baby, that's when Iran struck 3 commercial vessels. I think it was piracy. If you want to be honest, if you look at the funeral, there was no leadership. There was no organization. There was a very emotional people at the funeral. But I saw a lack of organization. I saw a lack of leadership. So after the funeral, you have these attacks, despite the ceasefire, despite the MOU, despite the speculation of $300 billion that can come back to the Iranian people, they still attack. I argue they attack because they're broke. And they're not only broke like monetarily, they're broken. They have been broken by this war. Going back to the 12-day war, I don't know if you understand the full context in the region and geopolitically. I argue that the Iranians are broke and broken going back to the 12-day war. The inflation has broken them. The war has broken them. The protests has broken them. These are the realities on the ground. And at that funeral, they were not able to hold it together. They were not able to present a united front. It was obvious to a lot of people, intellectuals watching that funeral, there were divided fractions. The leadership in Iran is divided. Don't be surprised. The leadership in America is divided. The leadership in America is divided. So don't be surprised. But what I saw is a divided leadership in Iran. And that's what you saw when some of them went against the ceasefire by bombing those commercial ships, knowing that Trump would take advantage because he's been setting you up. And now Trump is bombing his little heart out. This is what he wanted to do always. This is what I told him to do. Finish the job. Fuck a peace agreement. We bomb them. We keep bombing. We don't talk about peace until 2027. Why? I say the American people go celebrate. Go have a great Christmas. Go have a great Thanksgiving. Go have a great Halloween. Because you can only do that in America. You can't do that in Iran because Iran been bombed the fuck out. So I say, Americans, celebrate your holiday season. We continue to control the straits, bomb our little hearts out, and maybe we talk about a peace agreement in January. And I don't even know who we're going to be talking to because I suspect it won't be much of anything left. I suspect there won't be much of anything left. Double tap at the like button. I want everybody right now watching, do me a huge favor. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's absolutely free. If you want to support the channel when you subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member. It's less than 25 cents a day. You can send a super chat. You can send a gift. Everybody vote in the poll. Everybody right now hit the like button. November 2026 is coming up fast. We're going to have elections in California. We don't have any more oil refineries in California. San Francisco doesn't have any more retail. It's a big deal. LA almost burnt down to the ground. They still haven't rebuilt the Palisades in Altadena. We have a big decision in California. The Democrats have destroyed life for Americans in California. They have put their ideology above your pocketbook and your kitchen table politics. A big decision is coming up in 2026, an even bigger decision in 2028. I'm going to be with you for the entire ride. Double tap, hit the like button, subscribe. Come hang out with us here at Perfect Timing Podcast. Ride the wave. It's called a red wave. Ride the wave. MAGA, America great again. America first. God bless Trump. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless America. God bless the chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Make sure you hit the subscribe and the notification bell so you are knowing when I go live. You don't want to miss it from the beginning. Hot fire. Hit the subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Right now, hit the thumbs up. I'll see you guys tomorrow.